2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's winter school is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends from sustainable investing to digital innovation empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments. ZimSelector. This smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS-endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS Group Buying Power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over 50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent ZimSelector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 88003101. Together, we can cover more.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the evolving role of finance experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, How virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICA's president, gala dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICA's Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together. In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICA's 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us? Powered by our agent, Zim Selector, This smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS group buying power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over 50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent Zim Selector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 8800 3101. Together, we can cover more.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade. The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afreximbank Group, comprising Afreximbank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Through Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, we promote intra-African trade via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, industrialization and export development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial parks and export processing zones, to advance industrialization and tackle commodity dependence, and our Project Preparation Unit to support supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, Leadership in Global Trade Banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program to promote African trade and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afreximbank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, Financial Sustainability, Afreximbank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afreximbank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade. The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra- and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the Comesa region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. Our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade. It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. TRADAR, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Oramo, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
The African Export.
Welcome back. Welcome back, members. Let's just take our seats. While we are taking our seats, I have this nice scarf, lost and found. Yeah, I know some of you, when you hear scarf, your eyes brighten. Thank you so much for making it back on time. But if you all look at our program, you can tell we are behind time a bit. So let's do the needful just to catch up. Welcome back. So we're now about to start the conference, for lack of a better word, the winter school, the interactions, the exciting conversations. And we have a number of presenters who will share with us on a number of subjects. And hopefully we'll be participating and asking questions. I have a prize for the most interactive member today. I will mention it towards the end. But just know that if you're the one who's going to be very interactive, you're going to go and see Victor. We do have our own Victor here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Mark Taylor, who is going to do a presentation to us on sustainability that delivers, turning commitments into measurable impact. We can look at the screen as we are given his profile, and thereafter, he'll come and engage with us. Thank you.
J. Lumsden Taylor is a multi-award-winning ESG and sustainability leader, and a published thought leader with a Master of Science in Sustainable Finance. He is a member of the ICAEW, ACA, and serves on several institute advisory groups. Deeply engaged in sustainability, business resilience, and climate change since 2006, he has contributed to the King Charles Accounting for Sustainability Project, A4S, and has worked extensively with UK and European authorities. He also served as the relationship lead for the UN SDG Project UK, shaping sustainability and climate change parameters, and leading the development of MHA's business and climate-related sustainability service line. His detailed work with SMEs, mid-cap companies, and large enterprises led to the creation of the groundbreaking Purpose with Profit model, which demonstrates that environmental and climate action must also enhance business health to ensure meaningful engagement. Mark founded the influential Rural Policy Group, bringing together government, scientists, producers, and retailers to build a fair and sustainable UK food chain. This initiative directly informed the creation of a parliamentary working group on the subject. With experience spanning both public and private sectors, he also operated a large educational establishment for over 15 years before joining MHA. In 2024, he was recognized as a UNGC UK Top 5 Pioneer. His sector specializations include agriculture, food and farming, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, fashion, digital, ESG, and education. Mark has received numerous honors, including National Finance Director of the Year, ICAEW Accounting for Sustainability National Award, National Business Finance Director Award, Institute for Fiscal Turnaround Public Sector Award, Institute of Directors Blue Ribbon Award for Governance and Finance Excellence. He also serves as an ambassador for Kent and is a committed charity trustee.
Well, a very good morning to you all. It's very strange. I don't think I've ever been introduced by an AI voice before. So just for reference, if I can have that recording at the end, it'll save a lot of people ultimately when at my funeral, they can just listen to that, can't they? So problem solved, right? Problem solved. So anyway, it's a very, very, very great privilege to be addressing you all, and thank you very much for asking us to speak today. One of the things that that I would actually like to just talk about before we get in here is a little bit, whilst that was very kind of my official corporate who I am, just a little bit more about me, because it will also inform, I think, some of the conversation today. Firstly and foremost, I know there's a number of Baker Tilly people here as well. I trained as a chartered accountant at a company called McIntyre Hudson, which has now become MHA Baker Tilly International. And I turned down what was Coopers & Lybrand, sorry, PwC people in the room, but McIntyre Hudson, just cooler, and they were more fun. And when you're 21, 22, not quite deciding what you want to do with your life, it seemed like the better option, to be blunt, and progression was different in those days. And I spent my formative years at the firm, and I've only really held two jobs. Firstly, as a chartered accountant, global business person, and I'll talk more about that a little bit later. But the other thing is, what the other side of it is, I stepped out of practice at 26 years old, because in those days, forgive me, it was literally dead man's shoes, and you would be made a partner when somebody fell off their perch, and usually you would usually be in your late 40s, 50s. I liken it a little bit to our progression as a monarchy, where the Queen died in 90-something, and the King's now, not doing great, is he? And let's fingers crossed he will. I know Charles very well, and fingers crossed he will stay on as long. But it was that kind of culture in those days that you would get promoted when somebody else wasn't a partner. And I chose not to wait that long, so I took over what was a bankrupt, failed institution known as Hadlow, a small educational land-based college in the southeast England. Those of you that know your geography, so you've got London in the middle, and then southeast towards Dover. So that's kind of what I took over. And my friends thought I'd had a bad day when I resigned, because they said, why are you not going into Barclays? Why are you not going to banking? All your friends are at banking, loads of money. And I went, it's not about the money, actually. It's about, I wanted to make a fundamental difference, rather than simply just making lots and lots and lots of money for other people and not actually affecting any change. And I said, anyone can make money. It's quite easy, bluntly. It isn't hard. But I said, this is about making an effective change. So, and when I wrote my resignation letter, the chairman of the office, who is now chairman of the main board, Rakesh Shaunak, said, Mark, you're simply having a bad day because this reads like you don't want to go. And I said, well, I don't really want to go, but I don't really have a choice. And anyway, 15 years on, and you heard some of the things we did. And when people say, well, what actually did you do when you were outside of the profession, when I returned in 2018-19, and faced some really tough times and some really tough challenges. So I've been to the brink and back, so I know what it's like to face absolute bankruptcy. And when you're 26 years old, and you're sitting there, and all your friends are out drinking in the city, having fun, they're all, similar age groups, and you're sitting there with the head of estates, who's 55, trying to work out whether or not we can pay to keep the lights on, pay the salary bill, or simply feed the livestock. It really makes you grow up. And I thought I knew it all as a chartered accountant at 25. Don't we all? We're qualified. We know it all, right? I knew nothing. And when you have to stand up in front of a room like this, obviously a lot smaller, and say 50% of you are going to be made redundant and we're going to create some new roles, it was tough. It was very tough. And people say, well, what did you do? 78,000 students got a better chance in life than they otherwise wouldn't have had we not did what we did at the Hadlow Group. And we created the largest educational UK corporate group, and actually in France as well, so sort of pan-Europe as well. Didn't get as far as Africa, but I will come back to that in a moment. So the reason I'm telling you all of this is that the standard pathway of being a chartered accountant doesn't necessarily need to be your standard pathway. And this isn't an educational presentation, but it's very relevant context and very valid for the work of what the Institute of Chartered Accountants is doing in Zimbabwe, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, and the wider accountancy profession. Because not only are we here to learn, we're here to provide true and fair opinions and views on your day jobs, your accounts, and everything else, and your clients. We also have a custodial responsibility, because aren't we responsible for truth and fairness? And if we're not getting it right, what are we saying to the next generation? We are custodians of that. And when we talk about sustainability and we talk about environmental social governance, what is the first and foremost fundamental principle around that? I don't expect you to know that. The point, it's truth, actually. It's not about whether or not the Earth's going to get warm. And how's that going in Africa, by the way? All good? Yeah? Everything fine? Any climate deniers that think the Earth isn't warming up, there's a special door for you, the exit. So no problems there. It's nonsense. And we live in challenging times. We live in political turmoil. And part of the reasons when the ICAW asked me to speak today was to give our slight perspective. So I represent a global firm as MHA when I returned. So I'll talk a little bit more about how we are as a practice a little bit later. But when I joined MHA, we were, 250 staff? Small business, very different to who we are now. So I just wanted to put that into perspective. And as we get going, there will be a little bit of interaction, but it will be me sort of talking at you for quite a bit. But I don't use Slido. I hate it. I absolutely hate it, because it's just an excuse for people not to have any confidence to ask any questions. And you're accountants. You should have confidence. You're signing other people's accounts off, for goodness sake. So if you have got... Right? So if you have got questions, I think we've got roving mics and people can please do ask questions. And with my educational hat on, there is no such thing as an idiotic question. So happy to ask or listen to comments or whatever you feel is important to you personally, as well as to the organizations to which you serve. So we're going to start by just putting a little bit of context. So I'm here to talk about environmental social governance and sustainability. I can spend all day talking to you about education, agriculture, food and farming. I can talk about a range of different subjects, politics. However, I'm here to talk to you about one of my specialist subjects. And I've been dealing with this space for a very long time. So if you ask yourselves a question, just yourselves, and we probably won't put your hands up towards the end, but we'll see. Did you personally really understand the importance of sustainability and environmental social governance 10 years ago? Or have you now started to recognize it because it's a thing and it's something that businesses are talking about? And a supplementary to that is, do you think businesses are talking about it because it has a financial risk to their organization or benefit? In other words, I can make some cash. If I had £1 for every time a sustainability consultant or specialist contacts me on a social media channel, I would not need to work. I really would not. I collect them. And it gives me grave cause for concern that a lot of businesses can get caught out by that. So, with that in mind, let's have a little bit of an exercise. So, why is it important to us and to business? So imagine this jar represents your firm, or let's say your biggest client. Okay? So, let's say this is everything they do. Is the jar now full? They're apples. FYI. No, it's not. What about now? No, so that's coffee. What about now? Yeah? No? If this was an afternoon presentation, I would actually have some beers on the table, and I have done this live before, but it went a bit wrong. So we haven't put, and it's way too early in the day, yeah? Maybe tomorrow night, your gala dinner perhaps, but anyway, it's pretty full, and that represents sugar. So imagine you look at the business. The apples represent the really big things: people, money, your products. For us, it's this, isn't it? That's our product. That's our product. The coffee represents, if you like, everything else. Digital structures, supply chains, customer chains, workforce retention, all those other things that you must have in place to make the business work. And let's then say that the sugar, if you like, is all those other things. emails on a Friday evening, what I refer to as life administration, all the things you can't get round to during the week because you're so busy. And I was talking to Jonathan about when travel was actually quite enjoyable. So when you're traveling around the world, you're traveling for business, everything switched off, didn't it, when you boarded the aircraft, because the internet wasn't really around. Now it's 24/7. You can't really enjoy your flights so much these days, which is a bit depressing, really. But nonetheless, it's just constant, isn't it? So if you take those three components, right, if you fill the jar up with all the life admin or your business, would you be able to deal with the important things? It's not going to work, is it? It's just simply not going to work. Or you try to do the additional points, as in the coffee and the sugar, still not going to work. The fundamentals are your apples. So my question to you is, so where does sustainability and environmental social governance sit right now? Is it the coffee? Is it the sugar? Is it the apples? It's not rhetorical, but have a think. For some, surely it will be coffee. It may be coffee or sugar, right? For those businesses that are absolutely DNA'd into this, it will be the apples. Do many of you know much about the British food industry? Your supermarkets, yeah? Have you heard of Tesco? Yeah? Have you heard of Marks and Spencer? Heard of Aldi? Yes? Okay. And there are others, obviously. Other brands perfectly acceptable. So, what's the most sustainable supermarket in the United Kingdom? Pardon? Did you say Lidl? There is CPD going on in these 3 days, right? Because your second point was that Waitrose you just said, certainly up there for sure. Very honourable company, part of the John Lewis Partnership. It's Marks and Spencer. Marks and Spencer, the finance director, sat next to me on Prince Charles, as was, accounting for Sustainability Task Force, and we were having dinner with him at the Palace, not just in room, but it was part of the process. And he was the finance director that introduced Plan A because there is no Plan B. And he said, this is going to take us 10 years to get right. And he said, we're going to spend a minimum of 100 million, if not more, and there'll be successive CFOs. He said, he would move on at some point, CEOs, and the board have been mandated to carry this out, whatever, because they knew in 10 years' time they'd market lead it. And M&S have had a really torrid time over the years, but they're absolutely flying now. Who's the worst? It's not that one you said. It's Tesco. They treat their supply chain appallingly. They were hauled out for fraud and insider trading about 4 or 5 years ago. And they are pilot high, sell it cheap, and they couldn't care less. But they are regulatory required to report. So they do the absolute bare minimum. It's nothing to do with their brand. They don't care about it. They're not interested in it. Though they say they are, they're not. Absolutely not. But M&S, it's part of their DNA. It's part of what that brand represents. And the reason why I tell you that story is because when you look at the accountancy profession and you look at the accountancy world, at MHA, we took the decision, or rather I convinced the board to take the decision, but they did listen and they did take it seriously, that they needed to take this really seriously to distinguish us. If we want to play in the big tier 1, tier 2 accountancy, so big 4 and then basically the tier underneath, top 10, we have to be walking the walk. And I said, there is absolutely no way I'm going to put my reputation on the line if we are not going to do it properly. Because writing reports and putting things online is very easy, but actually doing it. And remember, part of that is the credibility of what we then do for our clients. I know this is kind of part of CPD as well, but an interesting thing that if you want to read about kind of what's going on with the United Kingdom a little bit, and it's relevant because it's ICAW linked, is 2023, the Financial Reporting Council published an investigative review of the FTSE auditors, FTSE 100 auditors, and their approach to auditing climate risk in the financial statements. If you want to see how not to do it, it's a really good report. Now, at that time, we didn't audit FTSE 100, but we looked at that report and we analysed it and said, well, okay, let's see if it had done it to us. How compliant were we? And we were about 90%. So 9 out of 10 I'd give us. Still had things to do, because I absolutely believe leadership is learning. You will never fully, if you think you are fully 100% on everything, then you're in the wrong business. Accountancy is learning. Every day is a school day for me. I learn something new every single day. I mean, for this, I learned that a conference, an international conference, can be booked the week of the national last bank holiday. So I learned something with this process, right? So I think I was the only person in Canterbury wearing a suit this morning. Even the people in the banks probably weren't wearing suits, but I am very delighted to be here. And on that basis, hello and welcome from behalf, I suppose, the United Kingdom. I'm quite closely linked with the University of Kent, and you've picked a lovely venue. The University of Kent is a tremendous venue, and it's a really nice campus. The students here get a great experience, and I think it's still in the top 10 or certainly in the top 15 of universities in the United Kingdom. So yeah, it's a great venue, and I hope you have a really good conference. So let's get into sustainability. And when you look at that, sustainability is changing the way we do things, right? And you'll notice I'm referring to sustainability and environmental social governance. There is a difference, and I'm going to explain that. And apologies if some of this and it's a bit basic, but I will get quite technical later. But I want you to understand the differential to this. And I'm going to talk to you about the approach that we have adopted as MHA, Baker Tilly, and I'm also going to talk to you about the credibility and the technical side of what we should be doing as accountants. And if everyone in here, or the firms that you represent, think you can do sustainability from an auditing perspective and from an advisory and assurance perspective, nonsense, utter nonsense. Hell, even we still learn every day, and we've invested a lot of money. There are organisations, and I work very close with the ICAW, that bluntly in the UK shouldn't be doing it, shouldn't be providing those services. And regulation is changing, and regulation is coming. And it's coming, interestingly, increasingly to Africa as well. The challenge in Africa historically has been you can put the regulation in, but who's going to regulate it? That's often been the challenge. Who regulates the regulators as well? So and often it can be used as political football. We're not oblivious to that in the UK too, and also in Europe. It is a huge political football at the moment. And again, I'll try not to bombard you with numerous acronyms. So, a little bit of a shameless promotion of who we are. So, we are part of Baker Tilly International. When I started at MH, we were just McIntyre Hudson. We're now MHA Baker Tilly International. We are the UK lead member firm. Complicated about who owns the brand, but we are the UK lead member firm. So our brand is indistinguishable from Baker Tilly International. We are part of a global network, and we're really proud of that. So we actually have offices in Kenya, and then we've got offices all over Africa, but the ones in particular because I work with them, and also in South Africa as well. But we spend a lot of time, obviously, in our work in Europe. We were the first accountancy firm to take the brave decision that we listed on the UK stock markets this year. So if you look up MHA IPO, we listed on the alternative investment markets this year because we didn't want to sell out and sell our soul to private equity. We wanted to be in control. And we've just completed our first acquisition of Baker Tilly Southeast Europe. So it's where I was in the last couple of months. So we now, part of our firm is Cyprus, Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova. Not the countries per se, the actual offices. We haven't taken the countries or anything like that. Those days are gone. We've done that. So we are really proud of that. But as a firm, we are 300 million in the UK, but we're global. So that's how we behave. So we deal with companies all over the world, some of the largest companies in the world, and we punch well above our weight, which means anyone can do that. So we often work with our colleagues in different offices. We have clients in Mozambique as well. And the reason I know that's because a lot of our clients are miners. And some firms have turned around and said, we're going to be more sustainable. So what we're going to do is we're going to divest our operations out, and we're not going to audit any mining clients or any oil and gas clients. Our response to that is, well, that's stupid. Firstly, those industries are not going anywhere? Secondly, shouldn't you be using the excellence that you have as a firm and challenging those businesses rather than just rubber stamping and them going to another auditing firm so they can just tick a box? So I flipped that argument quite robustly. 143 territories. We employ, actually, it's about 46,000 staff now. There's been some more acquisitions this year as well. £7 billion revenues. So we can take the fight, as Baker Tilly, to the Big Four, which we're quite proud of. So, 2 quotes that I'm particularly proud of. Rakesh is our chairman. He actually interviewed me when I was 22. So when he was the regional office chairman, he actually interviewed me. So I've known him all my career. What we deliver for you as our clients, we expect of ourselves. I'm a firm believer in this. And when you're standing up in front of a room like this with 2,000 or 3,000 students and you're giving the annual address, they're looking at you thinking, and students are so clever, aren't they? That they can see through a lie like that. I would have no problem standing up in front of a panel of MPs at an all-parliamentary select committee. No problem. Not nervous. Standing up in front of 1,000 students who are much younger than me, terrifying. Utterly terrifying, because they know and they can see when you're lying and they can tell. They do, don't they? They just know. And if you pause or you misjudge your enunciation of a word, and you can just watch the room change. So I've lost rooms in the past and I've kind of retrieved them, and then sometimes I thought, I've got to cut this short, I've lost them. Anyway, but my point is, we need to walk the walk as well as do what we do what we expect of our clients. And then corporate sustainability doesn't have to come at the cost of corporate profitability. If anyone in here thinks that sustainability is just being really philanthropic and just doing the right thing because you should, do you really think the shareholders of Unilever are all interested in that? They're not. They're interested in financial and corporate returns. But the two things are mutually inclusive. They shouldn't be mutually exclusive. And I know you are all businesses in this room, right? Some of you might be owner-managed. Some of you may be part of you will be part of bigger firms. Your managing partners and your finance partners will turn around and go, well, what's the return on investment? What's your chargeable hours? How are we billing our clients for this additional services, be it sustainability, ESG, tax, advisory, internal audit? Incidentally, I also oversee the internal audit function of the firm, and it's gone through a real metamorphosis over the last couple of years because clients were saying, well, we don't have to do it legally unless we're in the FTSE 100. So what's the value proposition? Oh, well, it's nice to check your controls. And what's the proposition? What's that value that gives businesses if you like, the requirement? So this is how we do it as MHA. And we took what environmental social governance is and we created our interpretation, which is innovation, trust, talent. What are we as accountancy firms? People, right? What's our biggest asset? Assuming that you guys do know what you're doing, which I think you probably do, it's people. So we know that, but also as well, if you don't have the trust and confidence in your practice and firm, how can you have that trust and confidence with your clients? So we are custodians of that responsibility. And innovation and climate for us is integral to our strategy. So we took what ESG means and took it we took it the MHA way. And the best companies in the world that do this have taken ESG and adopted their own interpretation. I go back to M&S, Plan A, because there is no Plan B. Forgive me, I don't know whether there's lots of substandards in Zimbabwe. I haven't seen much in Africa in terms of, we have B Corp out here, which something I don't really think is a great standard. I think it's a building block, but it's not something you should aspire to. We've aligned to the UN Sustainability Development Goals, but very much we've embedded them with our entire framework, and I'm very proud to be was made a pioneer in 24. Didn't expect it, to be blunt. Didn't think we were that good. But they adopted that because we've embedded it within every fabric of both our services, but also our internal process. And the two things are linked, they're not mutually exclusive. So, a couple of definitions for you. Back in the day, corporate social responsibility, which was usually a report that was filed by a company, put on the shelf, not looked at for another year, and then it was updated, given to the auditors. The auditors tick that box, but that can go on the file. We'll put some pretty colours on it, cross-check it, make sure the lead schedule's all nice. And that was it. And it was actually created by Andrew Carnegie, which was basically, it doesn't matter what you do with the world, as long as you make profit, you can then do some nice things afterwards, like to give to charity or something like that. That's not what environmental social governance is all about. It is not CSR. CSR, corporate social responsibility, actually is within ESG, and it's very much framed around the societal aspect of environmental social governance. What is of the E, S, and G, what's the one everybody talks about most? Environment, yeah? It's the E, by miles. What's the thing that Mr. Trump talks about most, or refuses to believe in? Amongst many things, let's not... Oh, did you know, so just as an aside, I did find it was quite interesting. He released the Epstein files, didn't he, last year? A to S, no T, which I thought was quite interesting. Quite interesting. So, yes, anyway, let's not get into politics. But I want to show you just something very brief about what sometimes people misunderstand as sustainability.
Unless you've done COVID lockdown under a rock, you'll have heard people talking about ESG and sustainability. Maybe it made you groan. After all, the only thing worse than acronyms is holier-than-thou acronyms. And ESG, which stands for Environmental, Social and Governance Issues, sounds very pious, or like PR spin. Sometimes it actually is just PR guff, but you can't dismiss it. Those three letters symbolize an important zeitgeist shift in companies and finance in a post-pandemic world. To understand this, imagine that a company is like a farmer. You can measure what a farmer does in harvest, calculating annual crop or milk yields, just as companies can count their quarterly profits and losses.
I'm going to pause that there because we're going to come on to actually what that means next. But that's the zeitgeist shift. That's Financial Times. We regularly write for them and we get covered quite well by them now. Why they come to us? Because we represent the biggest companies in the world and some of the smallest companies in the world. And Milton Friedman, so actually, you're probably not going to be leaving the Kent region, are you? So interesting fact, we only found this out very recently. We have Milton Keynes. Heard of that? The new town built post-war. It's called Milton Keynes. Milton Friedman and John Maynard Keynes. That's where Milton Keynes comes from. So designed to be a new town on the back of supply-side economics and monetarist economics. Now, Milton Friedman says, one of the greatest mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intention rather than their results. Environmental social governance is absolutely data-driven. It's absolutely fundamental to it. If you think you can just do waffly and vacuous statements, that would have worked okay maybe 10, 15 years ago when the narrative was coming in. It's changed. When this first came in, how big do you think financial reports and accounting documents, annual reports were around ESG? That. Huge. Partly because we didn't know what we were doing as accountants, so it could just, we didn't really know. Now they're like that because investors see through the nonsense and the vacuous statements. And it's like when you're auditing financial reports, right? And you're analyzing directors' reports, you're analyzing statements to make sure it's consistent with the back half, so basically the numbers with what they're saying, particularly if they're listed, what does it mean in terms of the investors? Can it manipulate people? Environmental social governance is the same. And if there is one thing you take away from today, aside from the whole bank holiday, not booking a conference this time, is the last point, the Brundtland definition of 1987. Sustainability is not environmental social governance. It is the overarching thematic point around change and around the use of the world's resources. Environmental social governance is a reporting tool. It is a reporting standard, invented in the US, incidentally, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. First and foremost, that is what sustainability is. So if you're thinking about it for your own practice, your own profession, your own staff, your own teams, sustainability is what you should be doing from a business perspective, of which environmental social governance forms part, as does net zero, as does climate balancing, as does societal licensing. All of those other aspects, corporate reporting, forms part of what sustainability represents. Okay. So, don't worry, I don't expect you to read all of that, and there'll be a few more detailed slides, but I think we'll make these... well, you can if you like. We can skip lunch, and we can take you through each aspect of it. It's not a problem, not a problem. So, I just wanted to give you a snapshot here of this is what we did as MHA. So, we don't have to report, well, we do now, but up to this point in 2024, we're not obliged to make any sustainability reporting. We're not a listed company then. We weren't big enough to to report because of the non-listed rules. But I said to the board, look, what we should be doing is issuing our own sustainability report. Why? Firstly, we should be delivering the highest possible standard we can. Secondly, if we're not doing something like that, what do our clients think? And thirdly, if we want to be leading this space, shouldn't we actually be showing what we're capable of? So we voluntarily reported. And what we also did is we voluntarily reported on regulatory standards. So in the United Kingdom, it's the Task Force Climate-Related Disclosures and corporate financial disclosures as well. So let's talk, this leads neatly on to talking about credibility in the approach to audit and risk, the approach to resources and capacity, and I might say a few things here that you might not like, and an approach to providing regulatory assurance opinion. And I've said this to ICAW before, and we've had these conversations in closed sessions too, is accountants don't just sign off reports. We have a responsibility. And it's more than just simply a set of rules, I think. It's a fundamental philosophy. And we are the custodians of truth and fairness. You know, technically that's what politicians do. But we as accountants, we're regulated as well. And I know ACCA, ICAW, there are other regulators as well. Other institutes, organizations, but the ICAW is the regulatory institute as well. We have a responsibility, and I feel very strongly about this. And I'm going to show you something now, which a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but there's a message in here. But just take a look at this.
The gentleman in the elevator now is a candid star. These folks who are entering, the man with the white shirt, the lady with the trench coat, and subsequently one other member of our staff will face the rear. And you'll see how this man in the trench coat tries to maintain his individuality, but little by little, he looks at his watch, but he's really making an excuse for turning just a little bit more to the wall. Now we'll try it once again. Here's the candid subject. Here comes the candid camera staff, 3 of them at least. And this man has apparently been in groups before. Here's a fella with his hat on in the elevator. First he makes a full turn to the rear and Charlie closes the door. A moment later, we'll open the door, everybody's changed positions. Now we'll see if we can use group pressure for some good. Now, in a moment, On Charlie's signal, everybody turns forward. Notice they take off their hats. And now, do you think we could reverse the procedure? Watch.
There is it was actually a social experiment from the 60s, and it's a great video. I've shared it with students before as well. It's about peer pressure and about being influenced, but also as well, it's about us being different. And I think that's really important when it comes to sustainability and environmental social governance and what our role and responsibility is as accountants and auditors. We made the decision to invest heavily. As a firm, we spent a lot of money very early on, quite a lot of risk. I had some very interesting board meetings, very tough board meetings. I've been there before. And we came out the other side of it in a much better place as a practice. And I was saying, I won't say names, but we now regularly go up against PwC, EY, Deloitte, and we win. We win. We win against the Big Four for FTSE 100 listed work. Now, we never would have been able to do that had we not taken that decision. But anyone that thinks that they can do this without investing, it's really, really high risk for your brand and your accounting and your organisation. Because if you get it wrong and you're called out knowing, and believe me, the FRC in the UK are all over this, and I think regulatory standards across the world are changing now, you will get hammered. And it's and also if you've got clients as well who just think they can just tick the box. We dealt with an automotive dealer practice who refused to believe they were in scope for a UK regulation. This was last year. They're no longer a client. And they literally were shouting on a Teams call, saying, we're not in scope, we're not in scope, we're not in scope. And I said, you are. Here are the rules. What do we need to do? No, we can't tell you what you need to do. They're the rules. You need to go away and do it. We'll audit it. And they said, look, we can engage somebody else, nothing to do with the firm, to help you. No, we'll do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves. Fine, okay. So they got some consultant in to do it over the weekend because they needed to sign a report. And it was absolutely appalling. So in the end, we then audited it, ripped it to pieces. They had to then redo it. And it got to the point where, obviously, you need to satisfy obligations. You can't, we're not going to sign. And it was really hostile. Now, some organizations will just capitulate and go, oh, all right, just work on it for next year. Not acceptable, not acceptable. And that's why the FRC do the work that they do. And if you remember Dynasty in Dallas, yeah, the oil and gas generation, excellent. Do you remember Alexis Colby? Yeah? The very brutal woman who run one of the companies. Any of you remember Enron? Yeah? Anyone remember what happened to Arthur Andersen? Yeah? Not here anymore, is it? I think Deloitte took most of it. Accountancy Age, which was the published publication every week, we get a hard copy through our post, etc. In the back, about a year after Enron and Andersen had gone bang, they had a picture of Alexis Colby, this woman titan who would basically always trying to manipulate everybody. And the caption read, Auditors must remain vigilant and not be seduced by their powerful clients. And I took that out, and this is 2002, I think, maybe, one. And I have it framed in my office, blown up, to remind me always that it doesn't matter how big the client is and how big the fees are, we must always, always be mindful of that. And I tell you what, it's a salutary lesson, and that lesson is as valid now as it was 20 years ago, right? Anyone can go down, and if Anderson's could go, anyone could go. So, why does it matter in terms of our credibility? I'm also conscious that I said I would do, we've been talking a little bit, but I think lunch is at 12:30, so I was going to kind of do another 15 minutes if that works for everybody, and then we've got 15 minutes for Q&A, and then I'm getting you back on track, and then you've got lunch at 12:30. Hashtag just saying, but trying to get you, I'm an accountant, like things on time, right? So why does it matter for regulatory credibility? Materiality, it has a part to play in financial materiality. Impact materiality, I'll talk about a little bit later. But do we as accountants understand what the landscape means? optics have changed. Was climate change an issue? Arguably, it probably has been for quite a long time. Has the lens changed? You saw the video I showed from the Financial Times. Each sector is different. What goes on in oil and gas is different to perhaps what goes on in pharmaceuticals. It's different to what goes on in hospitality and hotelling. Agriculture, which is one of my worlds, one of my main worlds, boy, does that have an impact in bearing now. So the fires in Greece this year were bad, but they weren't as bad as the previous year because they took precautionary steps. That cost the government a lot of money to put those steps in place, which is why they weren't as profound as they were before. Is regulation getting bigger or smaller around sustainability? More, yeah? Europe has really set the gold standard with this. Lots of politics, lots of political backfiring, and as you know with Europe, we're famous for basically throwing everything at something, making it so complicated that no one even understands it, and then winding it back and then having a happy medium, and that's kind of where we are with the rules in Europe. The United Kingdom did it really well, I have to say. Never thought I'd hear myself say this, but Boris Johnson actually did something right. He actually put in the UK's climate work before everybody else did in the world and made it law, and it was actually a really smart thing to do. And I know you've got a session later around the role of AI and the role of technology and disruption of the sector and the way in which we have to change. AI is a very powerful tool. We use it as a third line of defense. I don't use it as a primary line of defense because technology is very clever and it's basically a labor-saving tool at the minute. It's very smart. It can make things quicker, which is true, and you can use it for a lot more analytical work that you could otherwise not have done. So, you might find fraud if you randomly select thousands and thousands of transactions as part of, substantive compliance testing. IT will do that for you much faster. So there is a lot of benefit with that. With sustainability reporting, it's a little bit trickier because it's a very much, again, a lot of narrative in there, even though it's very much data-driven. So it matters. It matters. And if you haven't considered climate risk and sustainability and ESG within your audit methodology, you need to be doing that. And we have materiality processes and structures within our firm, and we did it long before everybody else other than the Big Four. So this is a snapshot of the global position. And you will see that obviously, despite what's going on in the United States at the moment and the pause on regulatory impact, things will change. They have implemented a lot of regulatory changes with the securities and the SEC. That's paused. It will come back in a year's time, 18 months' time. It will, by default. Europe went absolutely hell for leather. Globally, ISSB, Sustainability Standard 1, Sustainability Standard 2, you're possibly familiar with those. It's basically built on what the UK did with Task Force Climate-Related Disclosures and enhanced. But it has changed the way in which the optics are going to look. And increasingly, a lot of countries across the world are adopting the international sustainability standards. The country that actually was late to the party was Australia. Really late. But boy, have they absolutely skyrocketed. And what they've done is they've enshrined it in law now for 26 reporters. And they've adopted the same level of robustness as Europe were going to. So in Europe, if your business was over 50 million euro turnover, net assets, I think gross assets, of 30 million and 250 staff, combination of two of the three, you had to do full reporting, corporate sustainability reporting. That's paused at the moment, and I'll talk about that again in a bit. In Australia, no pause. They've carried on. So they're probably going to become one of the most robust regimes in the world. And what we have seen is when you look at China as well, and India, not very good at this stuff, really powering ahead, really, really powering ahead. So where there is businesses that are trading with those other countries, particularly obviously there's a big relationship with China and Africa at the moment. Again, full disclosure, I'm the chairman of a charity that builds schools in Ethiopia and have been for quite a long time now. I don't talk about it a lot, but there is a post on my LinkedIn, I think maybe about 3 or 4 months ago. I've been out 3 or 4 times now. And every time I've gone out there, I've seen a change. So when people were with basically using horses, they now use motorbikes. And that people, when I last went, people that use motorbikes now using cars. It's a fast changes in Ethiopia at the minute, and it's fast becoming a real business hub. But every single major build project, Chinese branding, Chinese logos, they're building out that country. So the relationships with those other countries that are doing more and more work now, increasingly, is profound. And I know Zimbabwe, obviously, breadbasket of Africa's agriculture is still a huge part of your industries, I still think. Why are we laughing? Well, it was. Work in progress, right? Work in progress. It's got some way to go, right? But it was known as the breadbasket of Africa. Mining, still big. Mining is huge for you guys. I think it's about 50-60%. I think it's still quite chunky. It's still very obviously because of the mineral deposits, etc. Let's not go down those rabbit holes. But my point is, everybody needs to eat right, and I give regular lectures and speeches around the role of the supply chain, and everybody has a part to play in the food supply chain because everybody does ultimately need to eat, and part of that is that cycle within, whether it's Africa, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in India or China, or even Australia, where obviously a lot is imported. So sustainability and the rules around that are linked into other environmental laws, other social laws, other modern slavery. So you see how all those things start to connect, and that's all part of risk. So you're seeing a real shift across the world. Republic of Ireland is also another, obviously it's part of European Union, but you've seen a real change in the way they do things. Just a brief snapshot around Europe. Task Force Climate-Related Disclosures, as you can see, was something the UK adopted. We then enhanced it with companies. International Sustainability Standards Board, we've just talked about. But independent assurance, and this is a really big FYI, so second point to take away from today, is independent assurance on what companies say is gaining prominence. There is currently 3 major consultations in the UK going on at the moment. One, should accountants be regulated in this space? And I was on both panels. Absolutely they should. And should it be segmented? Yes. And if they can't meet certain criteria, they shouldn't do it. Full stop. Should we have transitional reporting, i.e. what companies are doing over their journey? Absolutely. It was voluntary for a long time. I think it should be mandatory. And then finally, should we adopt a light version of ISSB S1, S2 and phase it? Again, absolutely right. You can't just, Europe have learned, you threw absolutely everything at it. Do you know some of the quotes have been for implementation of CSRD in Europe, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive? I've seen them. Over €1 million for some listed companies, not the big ones, not the Shells, not the, the GSKs of the GlaxoSmithKline, just that mid-tier. If I was and I've been a finance director, I'd be going, you must be joking. Where am I going to find £1 million of net profit to pay you lot for this? No way. That's where the backlash came. And I fully understand it. I think we've kind of gone one extreme to the other. So when the EU omnibus, which is why they've got the red question mark, pause happened, there were a lot of very upset heads of sustainability crying in calls, going, we don't know what to do. We've just spent the last 2 years writing our strategies, and we don't know what to do. Help. And we said, we've just got to wait. And my best guidance and advice has been to companies is just slow it down for 6 months, and let's see what's going to happen. There is a lot of war going on at the moment. There are other priorities in the world. However, you can't just throw this away. As I said to this time last year, September last year, I gave our annual address internally, and I said to the staff, I said, how was your September in the UK? Did you enjoy your suntans? We had an extreme heat wave in last September. It's supposed to be cold in the UK in September. Either rains or it's rains, really, doesn't it? That's what used to happen here. Now we've got this. I mean, this is unusual. I mean, we are now getting summers, unusually, and then we moan about that as well because it's too hot. But interestingly, in London, we're not geared up for it. So you know what actually caused the problem during our really big heat waves? It was hotter in the UK than in London than it was in Europe. Was everybody turned the aircon on. What does aircon do? Pump out hotter heat off the back of buildings. What did that do to the temperature in London? It's quite entertaining, really. And the final point I just wanted to make on this slide is the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which was about the supply chain and modern slavery, and whether or not companies should be held accountable for their suppliers' suppliers, and their suppliers' suppliers' suppliers, or their customer's customer. So we sell, I don't know, iron ore to Company A. Company A then makes forms of products that go to Company B, who then turn it into nuclear weapons. You know, who's ultimately, and they blow up a country. Who's ultimately responsible for that? You know, and that's where it gets really complicated, and there's got to be some balance with that. So the CSDDD's been paused; it might even get thrown out. The other piece as well, Nature Directive, it's actually longer than the regulatory directive. It's not going anywhere. And Scope 4 emissions was a United States thing about looking at, well, what is the opportunity benefit of us changing from normal plastics to recyclable plastics? We can report on that and say, what a great thing we've done. The flip side is then, well, what about saying, if we had the opportunity to do it, and why didn't we do it? Should we report the negative thing? Interesting thing, Scope 4, but again, I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't expect, you're not going to have a test on this slide, but this is the European Commission in practice. You've got the NFRD, which was the original rules. You then have the CSRD, which, again, is an important point. Do any of you guys deal with really large global listed companies in here? No. You probably deal with maybe some subsidiaries of them. Those companies still have to report. So even though there's been this global pause in Europe, those companies that are still under obligation to report have to still do it. And boy, oh boy, is it administrative heavy. So that's still sitting in there at the minute for Wave 1 reporters. EU taxonomy, I could do a whole presentation on EU taxonomy, but just to say that EU taxonomy brings it all together. And the key test with EU taxonomy, and I think this will happen with the ISSB standards, is whether or not companies are doing no significant or material harm. And what that means is if you're doing nothing material or significant in terms of harm, you can talk about it. So it's done by exception rather than by, you just have to, so you report only if you satisfy EU taxonomy. 50-50 whether that will stay, but again, who knows? Sustainability is very much a political football in Europe at the moment, unfortunately. The financial, I'm not going to talk about financial regulations today, but there's a whole, any people deal with financial services in here, by the way? Yeah? Quite a few of you. Okay. Some financial services, main markets, big area, has still continued to be a priority, and there's no rollback on this area. So the Sustainable Financial Reporting Directive, which is the gold standard, which looks at different types of financial products, so mainly aimed at banks, investment houses, insurance companies, intermediaries and loan investment engines, have different classifications of disclosure in Europe. That's been replicated in the UK, and I imagine it's going to get replicated out a little bit more and more. Bit of a moving feast there, but again, if you are in that space, it wouldn't hurt you to look at what the SFDR is up to, because it's law and it's happening at the moment. So, you'll know all of this because this is your country. So you'll know all of everything I've put up on slides. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. Other than that, from kind of 2019, you guys started to get your act together and start to, I'm not going to go into any of the correlations between politics, but the point is, the statutory instruments here, you're following what a lot of African countries have done. It's happened I believe it happened in Kenya, and I also believe it has, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia haven't yet. South Africa in particular marched on ahead. you've adopted this for basically main market listed companies, and it will start to grow and grow and grow. This one, you're aligning much more to the United Nations frameworks. Again, as individual accountancy firms and businesses, if there is, again, third thing you take away from today, don't try and adopt lots of little standards within your business. Just align to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and look at science-based targets. That's all you need to do as companies in terms of start to build that credibility. And again, in our practice, we're from the Dynasty and I'm from the Dynasty and Dallas generation. They dress better anyway. I don't know what the dress code is actually. They did. Actually, sorry, I'm gonna, because I've got the floor and you were running late anyway. I've got the floor, so I'm gonna just indulge me for 30 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. In the UK, when I trained, this is how we dressed. We went to work and we put our uniforms on, and actually Jonathan and I seem to be wearing exactly the same outfit today, except my suit's dark blue, his is black. But companies, actually there's a video at the end, and I can't remember whether I was wearing this or not. I'm hoping to God I didn't, because I do own more than one suit, just to be clear. I did catch me out once. I cannot remember what the outfit was, and I thought, oh God, I looked dressed exactly the same. I had to explain to the audience I do own more than one suit. But we were professional, and we would go to work dressed like this, and that was how I trained, and in the organisation I ran, it was our dress codes and everything else. And then through COVID and lockdowns and everything else, suddenly this sea of casualness appeared, and this whole term and this isn't everywhere, by the way. So in the United Kingdom, they have this term, is dress for your day. Right, so I see some of our new trainees and some of our 2 or 3 year, newly qualifieds, who are dressed like they've just got out of bed, or they've simply just come out of the pub from a 12-hour drinking session. And I say, so is dress for your day to not speak or see anybody? Because I know you've got calls. What do our clients think when you go on a call? Dressed like that? And there are rules, but it doesn't compute with me. Because if my accountants turned up at Hadlow or at any of our subsidiaries dressed like that, I'd say, bye. Come back when you're serious. And I remember a very political piece when we were acting during COVID for a big client. We were their advisors, not their auditors, and their auditors weren't very good. We had to kind of deal with them. So I said to my team, all of you will be dressed immaculately, corporate, the whole thing. And it immediately gave us the high ground on the call straight away, because they all turned up on, T-shirts. I won't say the firm. And we immediately, with even opening our mouths, we thought, we're going to beat you up. And we did, metaphorically speaking. But we ended the call going, they've just got nowhere to go with any of this, and we had all of our ammunition anyway. But my point was, I don't know whether it's right. So in Southeast Europe, when I went to our Cyprus office and our Athens office recently, everyone's still dressed like this. In Europe, they still dress like this, in certainly those Southeastern European countries, ex-Eastern Bloc countries, all very smart, dressed. The men are in ties, we're beautifully dressed. And you think that's your kind of uniform, isn't it? So anyway, I'd leave it there, but I'm not bothered about it, obviously. Yeah, I'm totally over it. Totally over it. No issues at all. But a friend of mine said in my 20s, in the Cool Britannia era, we had this kind of dress-down culture at banks where it was chinos and white shirts. And I turned down what was DRKW before I went to Hadlow, because it was, merchant banks, but after the accountants. And I turned them down because my friends laughed, because I have an irrational fear of dress down, because they said, oh no, you don't wear suits and ties here. And I went, really? Not going to go. 50% pay rise, all that stuff. So anyway, I digress. But my point is, the regulations in Africa have changed, and certainly here again, this is in South Africa, is you're seeing shift, increasingly carbon taxes and a shift. Often some of those countries are South Africa's not in good financial shape at the moment, but they are trying to bring some form of regulation into the way in which companies should be doing the right thing. The thing you'll notice on there isn't very, very prevalent is societal. So where's the S? Where's supply chain? Where is modern slavery? Where is transparency around that? And ISSB S1, S2 is going to really unpick that, and it's going to really expect more. And there is quite a tough rumour that Scope 3, I think, is going to hit us. So, the 3 scopes. Scope 1, effectively your own emissions, so whether that's your own cars, your own fleet, your own boilers. Scope 2, electricity bought. Effectively, most people don't own their own power grids. And then Scope 3 is everything else. Now, currently, reporting is around business travel and your business, your mileage, etc., things like that. But the other part of Scope 3, which is the biggest challenge facing all business and industry, supply chain. If you analyse it, as companies, what are our biggest emissions? I imagine most of you lease your buildings. Actually, maybe you don't in Zimbabwe. So quite a lot of the more traditional countries in the world, the partnerships tend to own their buildings. So the businesses that we've acquired, they own their own buildings in Southeast Europe. We don't. We lease them. Everything's leased in the UK. Most chartered accountancy firms lease their own buildings. So we don't really have any obligations in Scope 1. But supply chain, you will all have suppliers. Yeah? So where does the environmental social governance aspect sit there? How are you going to manage all of that? And what about your clients, their supply chains? Their carbon footprints. You're acting for them. Where does that sit? I don't have the answer, by the way, because no one has the answer at the minute. So those rules and regulations around how things are going to be done is going to become increasingly challenging. Hence my point about the supplier, your supplier as companies. But so let's say you have all of your computers from Dell, for example, or IBM. Where do they make it all? Sweatshops in some far-flung country in the Middle East? Question mark? Are you okay with that? Is that okay? So from an ethical policy, do you have your own policies in place? I'm not saying yes or no, but my point is it's very relevant to how we as accountancy firms manage and monitor our own thing. So that leads me beautifully on to credibility. And the International Standard on Quality Management #1, you're all familiar with ISQM 1? Yes. I'm not going to do a training session on that. Fundamental regulatory standard. It scares me when I see these people offering to do sustainability work and will measure your carbon footprint or will provide advice and guidance and advisory services. And they're not registered with institutes. They're just trying it on to make some money. ISQ1 regulation is fundamental to the way in which any form of regulatory, in my view, of advice, if we're accountancy practices, and assurance, fundamental pillar. You haven't got that, shouldn't be doing it. The geographical regulations for practitioners, I mentioned a minute ago about how many of you deal with listed, a lot of you are financial services. So there will be interoperability and interdependence of different markets. So we deal with a lot of companies that have got operations all over the world, right, at the minute. To just take the corporate sustainability pause, right? At the minute, there are no pauses in the UK, so they're in scope to do particular regulatory, let's say, disclosures under the stock market. In Europe, their subsidiaries could be £2 or £3 billion subsidiaries, no regulatory reporting at the minute. So how does that marry up? So if there's no regulatory reporting, what do the international accounting standards say about auditing that? Because everyone's relying on the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, but that's paused. So what do you do? What do you do if you were auditing them? Oh, we'll go to our files. Oh, but there's nothing in the files because we haven't actually got a section on that yet. What do you do? So this is that point. And I know this is where the Institute in particular is working very hard on kind of the development of those frameworks, and we're involved in that, or I've been involved with that. So it's an important point to bear in mind. So having those conversations internally, if you're not doing it already, you should be. Truth and fairness around ISO 3000, the International Standard on Assurance Engagement, is the gold standard at the moment, which is a well-renowned, regarded standard for limited or reasonable assurance. Everyone's looking at limited, which is effectively a negative opinion. Is there anything that we have not seen? And it's based on walkthroughs. It's not based on control. reasonable assurance, which is a positive assurance, say that there is nothing we have seen that would affect our opinion, is based on controls. So ISA 3000 is kind of the standard. There is a new sustainability standard that has been adopted by various countries. No one's really quite sure. And actually, ISA 3 might actually be the better standard because it's much broader, because increasingly internal audit. Are there any internal auditors in here? None. Oh, there are. Oh, the President, you're an internal auditor. Excellent. Great. Internal audit, I actually, and I'm an internal auditor as well, I actually think it's the bedrock of good basically financial audit. Because if you haven't got good internal control, how do you know that the numbers are right? Hence compliance. So I'm a bit old school like that. But I really, really, really strongly believe on internal audit. And I think increasingly we're seeing clients saying, well, you're looking at cash and bank on internal audit, you're looking at governance and risk and, I don't know, health and safety, blah, blah, blah. And we're saying, well, and they're saying, actually, should we not be looking at internal ESG controls? No one thought about that, have they? Just talking about regulatory reporting. What about the controls? What do we live by in terms of sustainability and ESG? Data. Data, as I said at the beginning of this presentation, is key. The other thing as well is that if you don't know this space well enough, you're not prepared to invest, don't do it. Just don't do it. Save yourself a headache, but also as well, your firm's and practices credibility, I think, will get called into question. And then the final piece, which I alluded to earlier, is about credibility. So, as you know, that is a snapshot of the things that we have to deal with on a daily basis, whether that is reporting standards, framework developers, and again, I said CDP, the Principles for Responsible Investment, which aren't a framework setter, but they're best practice. They're one of our clients, actually. IFRS and the UNGC. These are all standards, voluntary or mandatory, that we need to be mindful of, but don't try and do it all. It's impossible. I mean, I've got a long time in this space. I'm doing it long before it became a big issue, and it takes years to get this stuff right. And ultimately, when you look about what are standards and regulation all about, it's these guys. They'll value and look at companies and make a decision. We're regulated now, so we're listed. So we have to comply with United Kingdom Climate Financial Disclosures, because our regulators look at it, our investors look at it, and also the Financial Reporting Council look at it as well. So we are very much in the spotlight, which is partly one of the reasons why we went early as well. So this, when I looked at this and I asked them, can I just see what you've done here? It looks like it's like the MLT Roadshow, because it's just pictures of me, and it doesn't, fortunately not most of them are, but it just gives you an idea that if you want to play in this space, and my role in the firm is I'm the Global Executive Lead for Sustainability. I also oversaw initially all of the audit and advisory and assurance work as well, but we've got people underneath me now that do that. So I have a much more of a strategic role within the practice in terms of doing partly things like this, but also driving that change. I still do a hell of a lot of client-facing work as well, but we're also custodians of the profession as well. And I think I have a responsibility being in it as long as I have, but also my experience to be supporting other organizations in different parts of the world. And we are globalized, aren't we? I must admit, when I started at MH, I never thought MH would be what it is today. And it's an incredible success story, but it's not without its challenges. But just to give you an idea, so as a firm, we do a lot of work in the Square Mile. So I'm chairman of the Sustainability Network in the Square Mile that actually supports the people who live in the Square Mile. And believe it or not, it's a huge area of deprivation. There's a lot of very wealthy people in the Square Mile, but a lot of poor people who need that support. So we've got all sorts of initiatives, and I chair those. At the House of Commons, when we were doing something with food. That was the Food Summit. That's my head of internal sustainability. So she's not an accountant. She takes great delight in reminding me of that most days. But she's very passionate about the societal aspect and looking after our biggest asset, which is the 2,500 staff that we employ as MH. Same point. Actually, yes. that was the same event as well. And actually, she went to give a speech to Baker Tilly Global in Stockholm about how we do things as a practice, to share that best practice within Baker Tilly. And that was with the German ambassador talking about hydrogen. So we also do quite a lot of work in promoting the importance of hydrogen, best practice in hydrogen. For some reason, the firm, I don't know how we ended up being a hydrogen pioneer, but we are. And that was speaking with the European Commission in Cyprus, actually, talking about the role of sustainability. And actually, it was funny, the European Commissioner didn't know as much as we did. And there was an announcement that we made at early that morning, and we knew about it, and he didn't. It was quite entertaining to do with the pause of the omnibus. But again, the reason I say this stuff is, if you want to play at this space, and there's various other things up there as well, including the United Nations, and actually that's another university and that's actually the European Commission, where whilst we're not in Europe, that's worked out really well, obviously. Starting to apolitical here, but we work very closely with the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, EFRAG, that sets all of those standards. I'm not sure who, but I guess that probably goes directly through the, actually probably works with with you guys, I suppose, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Zimbabwe, I guess, must work with the government in terms of those standards and report setting, I guess, in the future. We work very closely, and it's always been useful to be working closely with the regulators. A, you get to set policy with them, and B, you get to know about it first, which then ultimately, notwithstanding confidentiality and independence, helps us work with our clients. We as a firm, yes, and a little bit of self-indulgence here, we have been all over the media. We're very proud of what we've done as a practice, and we punch well above our weight. But we also respond to regulatory consultations, and I would urge you to do the same where it's appropriate. I know we work closely with our colleagues at the ICAW, but we get into the right media. And again, that in turn supports the work we do with our clients. I don't believe we can actually regulate or be involved in support and advise clients in a sector if you don't understand their sector. You just don't think you can do it right. So we work very closely with particular sectors, and obviously agriculture, food and farming, financial services is another one. I do a lot of work in a separate set of rules, automotive, and of course construction and oil and gas. So that's just a snapshot of some of the things that we do, and we're very proud of that. We offer everything now, but when I first kicked off sustainability, I think all we did was that bit. That bullet point and that bullet point. That's all we did when I first kicked this off. We now do everything from advisory to assurance to internal audit to regulatory. Obviously, you can't advise and assure. That's a conflict. But we work very hard with how we do things. Now, that's taken years to build. That didn't happen on day one. So don't try and do it, but plan. And I also, in some respects, learn from our mistakes. We made plenty of mistakes on the way to get here. So again, I'm sure this is available. Yeah, I'm sure we'll send this up at the end. So in summary, I said at the beginning about where do you want to be, and come back to that point around the jar representing your firm or your clients, and are you apples, are you coffee, or are you sugar? And have that conversation with yourself and think, well, where do we realistically view this? And think about it from the services to the clients, but also think about it from what you're doing with your staff and your teams, and where do you want to position your practice, and also what you should be doing with your clients. Particularly those of you in financial services, if you're not doing it, you should be doing it anyway, because you have responsibilities in that regard. We have a duty of care, and I do believe it's an underpinning philosophy that we operate on. And I'm just going to finish, if I may, on a very short video of how we acknowledged our kind of peak in 2024, and then obviously the next stage of journey, which is listing. And just take a look at this.
Last year, we made a commitment to be carbon neutral by 2030. Our people are key to helping us achieve this, and various initiatives are underway to make sure that we get to that target.
Baker Tilly Network is accelerating its ESG journey, working on three main pillars: advisory, assurance, and internal ESG strategy. We are very happy to have MHA on board to contribute to this journey.
We are delivering under 4 key pillars. What we are doing internally, our services to our clients, our work with Baker Tilly International, and finally, what we are doing with thought leadership and our wider approach to the services that we deliver. We deliver our sustainability ESG services in 3 segments. First, our robust independent auditing requirements and the statutory legal frameworks. Second, our advisory services under Dynamic ESG. Third, our ESG internal audit services for climate risk management and bespoke regulatory reviews.
The S in ESG is a critical component of business risk and reward and is fundamentally important to every business's success strategy. We work with clients to ensure they successfully manage their relationships with their workforces, stakeholders and societies in which they operate.
As regulation continues to grow, we are delivering tomorrow, today, by providing excellent services and ensuring that our agenda is around purposeful profit, providing the best outcomes for our clients.
We practice what we preach. We do internally what we promise to our clients. ESG and climate change are an issue for everybody. Internally, we have various initiatives underway, which means that we're confident of making our target by 2030. To our clients, we are there to help you on your journey. We offer you assurance services, advisory services, and making sure that we take that journey together.
We are part of a global network delivering a sustainable tomorrow today. We are part of Baker Tilly International. We are MHA. Thank you very much for your time. I deliberately did it in such a way that I didn't have to deal with any questions because we were at lunchtime. But if you want to, I'm happy to take some questions if you wish.
Thank you so much, Mark. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability. So we'll take 3 questions, 2 from here and 1 online, if you have any questions for Mark.
So thank you very much for your presentation. And I know you mentioned that we shouldn't discuss politics, but I suppose you can't really escape politics and political trends. So my question is around the trend that we have observed over the last decade or so around increasing regulation on sustainability issues, ESG, and so on. Are we not at a level of risk, and have we sufficiently embedded these regulations to a point where, from your assessment, political trends will not reverse what we've seen? If you look at the United States, for example, largest economy in the world, huge global reach, they have a president who doesn't like windmills. You have a president who believes in oil and gas, a president who is incentivizing coal production in the United States. There's that phrase, burn, baby, burn, talking about coal. You look at China, which is the 2nd biggest economy in the world. China is a significant mining investor in Zimbabwe, and we have seen some of the mining practices associated with Chinese companies. There is no regard for the environment there, so I'm not sure what the regulatory landscape in China is around sustainability issues. And one then gets to think, you know, and calculate how much investment should we as companies be doing into this? And is there not a risk that we are 1 or 2 elections away in some global economic giant from taking a completely different direction. So I just wanted to get your views on that. Thank you.
It's a really good question, and you hit on a lot of different points. If I can I'll try and take them in a logical sequence. So, politics with the largest economies, so India, US, and obviously China. The political life cycle is by its very nature a life cycle. Now, whatever your views are of the current administration, whether he's president for life or not, he will, let's say, current law, he will be gone in 2 years' time. Now, he did this before with Kyoto in terms of reversal, and he's obviously been more punitive this time, and he's been much more direct, if you like, in terms of what he's saying to businesses, i.e., I'm not interested in climate change at all. I'm just going to put money into basically his funders, I suppose, or his donors, if you like, on those fossil fuel industries. China is slightly different because they're on a crusade to take as much of the world as they possibly can at the moment, and they will do whatever they need to do that. And they're also they know they're pushing open doors in certain areas, in certain countries as well. They need Chinese investment, they need Chinese currency, and they need Chinese money. So there's an element of disregard there by those countries and others to just condone whatever they're doing. If those countries if those countries in politics just carried on as they are, which they're probably going to do for the foreseeable, the world is not going to get any cooler, and those issues will become increasingly more profound. Now, until the shift globally is away from the primary driver in life, which is the accumulation of wealth, let's be blunt, it ain't going to change in that regard. Let's be blunt about that. What is the primary driver? We know it's money, right? However, and this is the important distinguisher, and I say this, Europe, which went probably too far too quick, particularly around regulation and not just reporting, what I've talked about today, but in terms of their sub-directives as well, in terms of being green. If Europe hadn't have done that, do you think anybody globally would have even remotely given a damn? No, they wouldn't have. It wouldn't even be a thing. So I think Europe were quite brave in this regard to start to pioneer this. And at least people are talking about these areas and talking about these subjects. Now, I'll give this quick example. You know, when you have, and maybe not so much, but in the UK, right, people say, I want to be more sustainable. I'm putting all my different bits of waste into different bins and everything else. Okay, yeah, how much is that actually doing? It all goes to landfill anyway, pretty much. And, I bought an electric car. And I ask people, why have you done that? Because it's cheaper. Not because I'm saving the environment, or my wife told me, that's the other one. But bluntly, they're doing it because they see a financial benefit, or they want to make themselves feel better. But the actual impact of it's immaterial, because it's the big corporates that make the changes. So it's about people in the UK making them feel better. So if Europe hadn't done what they've done with the regulations, I don't think there wouldn't be the conversation or the level of changes. And then the big news about the SEC pausing in the US because of Trump, because they didn't want to have the argument. China and India have marched ahead with their regulations because they need to be seen to be doing it. What is the ultimate impact? Probably not a lot at the moment, but it's the conversation is just as important as the outcome at the minute. It's not too far late. I mean, I know you see the IPCC stuff about, it's way above 1.5, we're all going to burn. I think there's still time. I think we can still sort that out. But there are two words I use for where we are now. And I have no problem with fossil fuels. I have no problem with oil and gas. It is about proportionate, and it is about transition. If we all turned off oil and gas tomorrow, a la those people that glue themselves to roads, right? What's that going to do to the price you pay? Global recession. So it has to be proportionate. Most of the sustainable technology is owned by the oil majors anyway. They own all of it. So they are proportionately investing and releasing and developing that technology alongside with the financial returns of oil and gas. So that is the plan underneath the plan, I would say. So I think what we're doing as a world is okay at the minute, but I think what my biggest frustration is where we make a lot of our money. all the confusion and issues cause huge problems for our clients, which means they come and talk to us and we charge them money for it. So in a weird way, it's quite useful. But from an ethical perspective, and this is where I very strongly, joining up of regulation across the world is what I would like to see in the course of the next 3 to 5 years. So whether it's ISSB or whether it's a mixture of that and European, so we have one, wouldn't it be great, you know, like International Accounting Standards, we just have one global approach, and then it's regulated in the appropriate way, would be really good. And I think that would be my kind of key takeaway, that right here, right now, it does look quite messy, but there is a route map, I think, to get us there. But all countries, and that includes countries in Africa, particularly as it's kind of where a lot of the money's going in terms of investment, have got to jump on that. In Ethiopia, Ugalim, where we have the charities and things, they're nowhere with any of this at the minute, absolutely nowhere. And because they're looking at investment. So they've still got quite a journey to go. And there's huge opportunities for accounting practice as well. Taking the lead, something I certainly know that we want to look at doing.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that. I think because of our time, if you agree with me, any further questions, you can forward them through and we'll be able to get responses. Thank you.
Go for lunch if you want. I'll be around for a bit. So.
Yeah, perfect. So you'll still be around during lunch. So Mark is my fellow partner at Baker Tilly. Thank you so much for representing the brand very well. Yeah, the journey that you've taken with MHA, my friend next to me was so much interested in your Vision 2030. He found it very interesting. Thank you so much, colleagues. Who just have a 5 minutes marketing slot for Econet, EcoCash. Sorry about that. As you'll be aware, our conference today has been made a success by our proud sponsors. But before we go to that, allow me to present our token appreciation to my fellow partner here, Mark, for coming through and spending time with us on his banker's holiday.
I didn't mention it more than 2 or 3 times. That's very kind, not necessary, but thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. That's very kind. Oh, sorry. Oh. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much, President. I think Samuel had rigged you there. Thank you for that, and thanks you for the correction. So we'll have a 5 minute slot from EcoCash, but members, soon after the slot, we will now be going for lunch. It's the same place we had our breakfast. We are encouraged to be back here by 1400 so that we go through the afternoon session. Thank you.
So you don't need that?
A very good afternoon. A very good afternoon. Let's give another round of applause to Mark. I think he did a great job of educating some of us, and I'm sure most of us today. It's been a long weekend, and I'm sure a long day for most of us. So if you can hear my voice, please clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Finally, 3 times. It's always difficult to capture attention just before lunch, but we'll try and see if we can race through. But most importantly today, we would like to talk to you about what it means to rely on platforms that build trust. There is a proverb that I like that says that trust happens at the speed of collaboration, and collaboration happens at the speed of trust. My name is Tichati from Cassava Technologies, Econet Group, and I will walk you through very quickly just for us to have an appreciation of who we are and what is it that we're talking about. Econet Group, as you may see, has got 2 pillars where we've got the MNO on my far left. That might be your right, my right, your left, right? And which is our mobile telephony, which is your connectivity. Below is your EcoCash. Most of you are familiar with these brands. And on the far right, we've got Cassava Technologies and Remit Hope, which my colleague Musa is going to walk us through very quickly. Now, this business is primarily focusing on, I would say, 6 key areas, probably 7, right? Your connectivity, your co-location, your cloud, your cyber, your compute AI, payments, and last but not least, very important, your philanthropy, right? One way or the other in here, we all have some responsibilities back home that we've got to take care of, either with family or extended or within the community, right? So we will touch base on all those platforms. Now, in terms of, beg your pardon? Right. In terms of market share, we probably are aware that EcoCash commands more than 80% of volume market share within Zimbabwe, right? And in terms of awareness, it spreads across southern region into rest of Africa. And we also see some very good awareness within the European market, including the United Kingdom. It is the biggest financial service provider with the widest distribution, over 15,000 distribution domestic money transfer partners across the country. In case you didn't know, I think it's a stat to just take note of, for us. EcoCash commands over 85% of market share within the mobile financial services space, right? So that's a voice of authority within the market, right? When we talk about leading, with innovation and so forth, EcoCash does have a voice in that space. EcoSure, the life insurance business, is the biggest insurer with plus 55% market share in terms of lives covered, okay? And then last but not least, the Remit Hope, which is a financial social enterprise that, mobilizes financial support. I talked about supporting families and communities back home, and Musa will delve into that. I will not spend much time on that. Now, talking about support, which is pretty much underpinned by the remittance as a platform or remittance services or international money transfer, and some of you would know. Some would use the term, cross-border money transfer, cross-border payments. There are all these terms that are interchangeable that we hear today. And EcoCash plays a very key role in that, right? Our key partners include some of the brands you already know. Sasai is one of them, World Remit, MoneyGram, Remitly, RIA, and Western Union. These are just but some of the partners that we work with, terminating into EcoCash in Zimbabwe. Right. When we look at the size of the pie, I think it goes without telling. South Africa is the biggest with 39%, followed by the United Kingdom, and then we've got your United States of America, and we have the other, little pieces that's coming through there with Botswana coming with, just under 3%. Australia, again, is a market of interest. And then let's look at what really drives all these stats that we're looking at. Innovation plays a key role, right? Because the need is ever changing. You would appreciate that the person back home, for those that have got relatives in the diaspora or those that are in the diaspora, when the request comes for support, time is of essence, right? The amount of the money received or the value is also of essence. And then number 3, how they receive the money is also of essence, right? So all those are very, very important points that we need to consider. So innovation drives what we've had to do. Sasai zero rating of the transaction fees. This is from the source markets, your United Kingdom, your South Africa. And somebody would say, zero fees, what do you mean, right? I'm not talking to laymen here. You guys know the numbers. Some would say, so where is the money? But I will not dwell in that. But I can give you a task right now. You can compare the rates that you would see when you compare the different service providers, right? And I know you are very smart people. You'll be able to see where the value is. It's still very competitive. So what do we mean? Whenever they're sending money from UK or from South Africa, it's zero fees, no costs, right? When it reaches the destination, that is in Zimbabwe, one has got the choice to cash it out for free, and this is from the diaspora wallet. Now, I don't know how many of us have got the EcoCash app in the room, by show of hands, if any. Okay, this is a very encouraging number. And some of you would probably use the USSD string, which is still fine. There is a diaspora wallet where the money ends. When one sends money from abroad, it lands in a diaspora wallet, right? Now, one has got the choice to withdraw USD cash, and this is guaranteed across all our outlets, Econet, EcoCash, and our partners, right? Or one has got the choice to move the money to a friend, to a relative, right? Or move the money to a main wallet. Now, here, this is where now they're able to do transactions, pay bills, and so forth. I'm preaching to the converted. Most of you are familiar with this, right? But then there's one key aspect that I want to touch on, and this is EcoCash Home Wallet. Each one or your relatives have fallen victim to challenges within families, and we know this happens. We need money for that cow that did 1, 2, 3, it grazed in someone else's field. We need to build, we need to do all sorts of things. And you have no way to control the usage of funds, right? Now, what the home wallet does is that you have full control of the usage of money back home. So you remit to self from the diaspora into your home wallet. You are able to pay directly to the merchant or to the biller or to the school. So you are able to see where your money is going, right? That gives you 100% direct control of your money. Now, should you wish to spoil your relatives, that's still there. You can still remit to them. But in terms of just being able to have control, it's very important. Remember, I said trust happens at the speed of collaboration, right? You want to collaborate with family, you want to build trust. So sometimes you've got to allow them, to collaborate with you trustfully. And then while we are there, we go to the international remittance wallet. I think this is what I've been talking about, the diaspora wallet, right, where your money lands and you preserve the value of your money, right? We do know that in Zimbabwe there is, different currencies there. The ZiG, the USD. I will not talk about the other nuances there, but you want to make sure that the value of your money, when it's sent, it is preserved. Now, still on the theme and thrust of support, every now and again we've lost relatives, or we've had relatives that are in the diaspora that unfortunately, fall into circumstances that are beyond our control, and they've had to be, repatriated back home. Now, with EcoSure, it gives the ability for us to be able to support our relatives back home, right, by means of offering a Zim-based package that ranges from 75 cents, I think, to about, my colleagues here can correct me if I'm wrong, to about $8, right? And we've got the Africa offer, right, which ranges from, again, $12 and the global to $18. So what this means is that, in a nutshell, I mean, the figures, you can appreciate them on the screen to see what would work with Pocket. But what it does is that it gives our loved ones a dignified send home. Half the time you've heard stories of people that, we have had to crowdsource just to be able to repatriate loved ones back home. Now, we want to make sure that we plan for that unforeseen day. Otherwise, you might then be remitting a lot of money, which we know that sometimes we do not have when that time happens. So this allows you to cover the people back home and cover those that are in the diaspora. Right, very quickly, just to give you an overview of our promise. It's the widest distribution network, and here we're talking about 15,000 cash out points. So in terms of reach, in the most rural areas, there is no need for them now to get onto someone calls you PPP. These are little cars, I believe, that I've heard, or Mshika, right? But they can receive money in their EcoCash wallet wherever they are. They can transact in the rural areas. So that saves on transport, that saves on money getting home very quickly. We see that there's 50,000 payment acceptance, right? Moving very quickly, international remittances, I've already touched on that without belaboring the point. Remittance wallet, we have touched on that to say, it is secured, it lands in a diaspora wallet, one can move money back and forth. If you don't have the EcoCash app today, please just try. I think we've got free Wi-Fi here. Search for the EcoCash app on Play Store, Google Play, and Huawei Gallery if you're using a Huawei. Download it. It's pretty simple. If your number is on roaming, you can easily set it up right now. And it's regardless of where you are. You can still be able to access these services. So if you are using USSD string right now, if you download your EcoCash app, you'll be able to access it anywhere. Whether you fly from here to Zurich, to wherever you go, you'll still be able to transact, right? EcoCash Diaspora, EcoShore Diaspora, I've already talked about that, so I will not belabor that point. And Home Wallet, again, tell your loved ones. In here, I'm sure we know 1 or 2 relatives or friends that are in the diaspora who will be crying with what happens to their money when it lands home. Tell them about the Home Wallet. Tell them about the money transfer platforms we've got. This will save time. This will save value when they send money home, and the money will be used towards the intended purpose. This is from me. I'll hand over to my colleague, Musa. Please give me a round of applause. We're available should any of you want to inquire about this product.
Thank you very much, Teach. Let me be quick because I know that we are out of time. My name is Musa Mleya, and I lead the social enterprises, EdTech and FinTech within the Econet Group. And I want to speak to you about Remit Hope. I'll tell you a story. On the 13th of July, a fire broke out in a small town in Zimbabwe, in Chipinge. The fire tore through everything and destroyed everything. It was home to more than 22 orphans. But 3 weeks later, Remit Hope had raised more than 81,000 from more than 1,000 partners, and this was from more than 10 countries. So what is Remit Hope? Remit Hope is a social fintech and social enterprise powered by EcoCash and remittance partners such as Sasai, where we're mobilizing resources for underfunded community-based organizations across Africa. So here's the story. Over the years, we have seen that we've made remarkable progress across Africa. But 2 years back, with the advent of a new administration in the United States of America, we had a serious rollback into funding into Africa. Thousands of organizations now don't have financing to send children to school, to help with healthcare, to help with mothers and vulnerable groups. So we're stepping in as Remit Hope to mobilize the resources that are required to cover that 650 billion gap that Africa is currently facing. But the question is, how do you do it? How can you do that? So we do that by leveraging diaspora remittances. Did you know that we have more than 34 million Africans living outside of Africa? And these 34 million Africans send over $90 billion into Africa on an annual basis. Looking at Zimbabwe, the amount of money getting into Zimbabwe is more than the FDI that gets into Zimbabwe through remittances. So there's a huge potential where we can say as Africans, if someone steps out and will not support the work that's being done, we can cover that gap as Africans. But let's get into the nitty-gritties. How do we actually do that? We do that through High Life Foundation and Delta Philanthropies has come up with this Remit Hope, and we've partnered with EcoCash and other remittance partners to allow people in the United Kingdom, Australia, that as they are sending back money home, they can make a small donation of £5, £10, £20. But here's the power move. Our partners, Delta Philanthropies and other partners, have said every dollar that's donated to a community-based organization in Africa will be matched. So if someone donates £100, they'll give another £100. And that money will go to that organization without any transfer fees. So Econet has said any money that's routed through our platform that is going to support a child to go to school, a mother to give birth properly without any challenges, or any vulnerable child, that money would not have any fees. So that's doubling the impact of the work that we can do. So what are we saying as Remit Hope? We're going to be launching Remit Hope on the 1st of September. And we want people like you to come on board and help us cover the gap that other people have left. It's time for us as Africans to take charge of our own narrative. And we can do that by £5, £10, £20. So we need you, and in the words of our founder, Mrs. Masiwa, we need you to help cover key areas such as education, emergencies, livelihoods, and vulnerable groups. And in closing, I want to say to you, we need you as an individual, we need you as an organization, and we need you as communities. And we can spread the word. I'm going to be sharing this link in the group for you to be able to see the organizations that are currently there, and you can participate in the African story, Africans taking charge of their own things, Africans taking charge of their own narrative, and being able to send someone to school, support a vulnerable group in Chipinge, or being able to put food on someone's table. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
A big thank you to our friends at EcoCash. We do value your support and sponsorship. So members, we are taking a lunch break, and thank you so much for your patience. Let's try to be back here as soon as we are done with eating. Thank you.
With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, How virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICA's president, gala dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICA's Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Grassroots heroes changing lives with next to nothing.
At the same time, billions flow into Africa from the diaspora, but with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together, generosity on one hand and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation is too small to make a difference.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us, powered by our agent, ZimSelector? This smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance, built on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS group buying power, tailored cover for your family, business and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over 50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent Zim Selector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 8800 3101. Together, we can cover more.
In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. Our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade. It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. Tradar, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade. The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afreximbank Group, comprising Afreximbank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Through Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, we promote intra-African trade via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, industrialization and export development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial parks and export processing zones, to advance industrialization and tackle commodity dependence, and our Project Preparation Unit, to support supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program, to promote African trade, and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afreximbank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, financial sustainability, Afreximbank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afreximbank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICAS president, gala dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors, or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Grassroots heroes changing lives with next to nothing.
At the same time, billions flow into Africa from the diaspora, but with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together: generosity on one hand and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision,
with purpose. Let's do more together. No donation is too small to make a difference.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us? Powered by our agent, Zim Selector, this smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS group buying power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over 50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent Zim Selector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 88003101. Together, we can cover more.
In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. Our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade, It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. TRADAR, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade. The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afreximbank Group, comprising Afreximbank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Through Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, we promote intra-African trade via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, industrialization and export development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial parks and export processing zones, to advance industrialization and tackle commodity dependence, and our Project Preparation Unit, to support supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program, to promote African trade, and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afreximbank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, financial sustainability, Afreximbank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afreximbank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD Cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICAS President, Gala Dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors, or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Grassroots heroes changing lives with next to nothing.
At the same time, billions flow into Africa from the diaspora, but with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together, generosity on one hand and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation is too small to make a difference.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us, powered by our agent, ZimSelector? This smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS group buying power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over $50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent ZimSelector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 88003101. Together, we can cover more.
In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate to finance, promote, and facilitate intra and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade. It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. TRADAR, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade. The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afrexim Bank Group, comprising Afrexim Bank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Through Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, we promote intra-African trade via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afrexim Bank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, industrialization and export development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial parks and export processing zones, to advance industrialization and tackle commodity dependence, and our Project Preparation Unit, to support supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program, to promote African trade, and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afrexim Bank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, financial sustainability, Afrexim Bank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afrexim Bank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICAS president, gala dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors, or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference 2025. Let's elevate conversations. Let's drive change. Let's shape the future together.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Grassroots heroes changing lives with next to nothing.
At the same time, billions flow into Africa from the diaspora, but with no clear path to fuel lasting change.
Now imagine if we could link these two powerful forces together, generosity on one hand and the grit on the ground.
That's the purpose of Remit Hope, a trusted connection, a bridge between hearts and hands, transparent, scalable, purpose-built.
Because when you give through Remit Hope, your impact multiplies. Every dollar is matched. You send $100, it becomes $200.
That's not just giving, that's doubling the difference.
You're not just sending money anymore. You're investing in classrooms, clinics, clean water, mothers and children, plus so much more.
You're shaping futures with precision, with purpose.
Let's do more together. No donation is too small to make a difference.
At ICAS, we believe that a strong profession takes care of its own. That's why we've launched the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative, a meaningful step towards helping members navigate life's most difficult moments together. Now, imagine this. What if your ordinary insurance, the kind you already pay for, could be cheaper and do more than just protect your car, your home, or your business? What if it could protect all of us, powered by our agent, ZimSelector? This smarter, community-driven approach turns everyday insurance into a powerful tool for collective security and support. This isn't new insurance. It's better insurance. Build on the strength of our professional community. When you route your personal and business cover through this ICAS endorsed group scheme, you unlock lower premiums through ICAS group buying power, tailored cover for your family, business, and professional risks, free advice and full service support, including claims handling. And most importantly, a portion of your premiums goes directly into the ICAS Member Welfare Fund, used to support members in need. That means, at no extra cost to you, you're helping ICAS provide funeral and hardship support to fellow members when they need it most. Many of us have experienced it. A colleague lost too soon, facing illness without adequate cover. A gifted accounting student dropping out due to lack of funds. It's never easy, and it's never forgotten. That's why ICAS is committed to helping more, doing more by making a difference, but can't do it without you. Support the ICAS Member Welfare Insurance Initiative. With just 40% member participation, we could raise over $50,000 every year. It's simple, it's smart, and it's for all of us. Contact ICAS agent ZimSelector today on customer services at zimselector.com or WhatsApp 0775 713 867 or 086 8800 3101. Together, we can cover more.
In a world where finance shapes nations and communities, the role of experts is evolving faster than ever. This August, from the 24th to the 30th, 2025, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe invites you to a transformative journey at the prestigious University of Kent in Canterbury, United Kingdom, under the theme Global Perspectives, Local Impact. This year's Winter School is where visionaries converge to redefine the future of finance. Explore how global trends, from sustainable investing to digital innovation, empower local economies and drive meaningful change. Gain cutting-edge insights, network with peers and pioneers, bridging continents and cultures in a setting steeped in academic excellence, nestled in the inspiring city of Canterbury. Are you ready to elevate your impact? Join us at the ICAS 2025 Winter School, and become part of a legacy shaping the next generation of finance expertise. Register now.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution inspired by our forebears, established by treaty, mandated to finance, facilitate, and ultimately transform the structure of Africa's trade and deliver lasting impact for our great continent. For over 30 years, we have taken decisive action through innovative instruments to accelerate industrialization and intra-regional trade and power economic growth. We've dispersed over $100 billion and grown into an organization with over $37 billion in total assets and guarantees and $6 billion in shareholders' funds. Our mandate: to finance, promote, and facilitate intra and extra-African trade via credit, risk-bearing, payment services, trade information, and advisory services. Our vision: to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We have evolved significantly through the decades to become the Afreximbank Group, with Afreximbank at its heart, now augmented by its subsidiaries and managed trust funds. Our subsidiaries are FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, the bank's Impact Equity Fund, providing long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-Africa trade, and value-added services to help transform Africa's trade. And Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance to clients engaged in trade and trade-enabling investments in Africa. Built on our deep understanding of the African market, our risk expertise, and presence across the continent. We are headquartered in Cairo with 6 regional offices and a Caribbean office in Barbados, opened in August 2023. Our shareholding structure is unique, with 4 classes agreed on the basis of public-private partnership to help us deliver on the vision of pursuing trade development through commercial approaches. And as of today, we represent a global Africa with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states, determined to drive shared prosperity. Our strategy is focused on realizing lasting impact through purposeful interventions, aligning with Africa's development priorities, and based on 4 key pillars: intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, industrialization and export development, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, and financial sustainability. Through Pillar 1, we aim to finance and extend promotion of intra-African trade by developing key, often groundbreaking interventionist initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, created in collaboration with the African Union Commission and AFCFTA Secretariat. The premier cross-sector platform driving exposure and information exchange for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to help African states adjust to the new liberated and integrated AFCFTA trading environment by mitigating against tariff revenue losses, including through compensation for eligible countries. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to streamline the movement of goods across 110 African borders, which began operation in the COMESA region with the intention to run continent-wide in time. And the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, our flagship program to help Africa's creative and cultural industries, which seeks to position Africa's creative enterprises as attractive commercial assets, as viable components of global investment portfolios, and to enable strong African presence in global creative clusters. For Pillar 2, we have introduced multiple life-changing programs that stimulate the expansion and diversification of Africa's production and trade. Namely, the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, mandated to develop quaternary-level hospitals in the sub-regions of Africa, specializing in complex diseases, saving and improving lives with full-service oncology, hematology, cardiology, general healthcare, and other essential services, including academic, residential, hospitality, and retail. our African Quality Assurance Centers to offer state-of-the-art facilities for testing, certification, inspection, and training services to put Africa's products on the global stage where they belong. Industrial parks and export processing zones, we continue to play an active role in establishing these across Africa to advance industrialization in the face of the commodity dependence that affects many of Africa's nations. And the bank's Project Preparation Unit, which supports the supply of investment-ready projects to bridge the infrastructure deficit on the continent. To this end, our Project Preparation Fund was established to address funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic development projects. For Pillar 3, we offer a range of financial programs and project financing to positively impact trade and economic development across the African continent, including our Trade Finance Program, which aims to consolidate and extend the bank's efforts to promote and finance African trade, with a strong focus on intra-African trade. It is intended to contribute towards building robust domestic and continental supply chains that enable a seamless flow of goods and services across Africa. And via our direct financing program, the bank provides pre- and post-export financing and trade-related corporate facilities directly to corporates. We also continually develop new initiatives and programs to expand our trade finance offerings, promote capacity building, and drive continuous innovation and digitalization. For instance, our Africa Trade Gateway, ATG, Solutions Marketplace, designed to support financial institutions and corporates with a digital trade ecosystem that integrates several Afreximbank initiatives, including PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the game-changing first intercontinental payment infrastructure to expedite and enable cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. MANSA, a seminal repository platform to provide a single source of primary data need for customers' due diligence checks on African entities, financial institutions, corporates, and SMEs. TRADAR, a vital centralized digital hub for African trade and investment, offering market intelligence, including market screening and insights, and a central source for trade and investment regulations and legislative requirements for African markets. And finally, Afreximbank TradeLink, our digital supply chain finance solution for payables finance, empowering buyers to partner with a funding bank to allow that bank to finance or discount the invoices of its suppliers. And for Pillar 4, Afreximbank continues to maintain strong financial performance, coupled with robust development impact. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023, and recorded a 66.07% year-on-year increase in net income to $756.1 million in 2023. In unstinting support of our member countries, Afreximbank has also consistently led continental efforts in response to global shocks, with initiatives including the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program, a $4 billion initiative in response to an urgent call from member states for intervention to manage the impact of the Ukraine crisis on African economies and businesses. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA, a critically important intervention that saw close to $8 billion dispersed to mitigate against the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on African economies and our people's health. Support for the Africa Union's Trade Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, via a $2 billion advanced procurement guarantee facility, making it possible to buy millions of COVID-19 vaccines for African and Caribbean countries to help our fellow Africans safely through a time of enormous vulnerability. And the co-development of the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, AMSP, with the African Union, an online marketplace enabling AU member states to purchase certified medical supplies on a pooled basis. The bank also provides payment and trade services in support of AMSP operations. The Afreximbank Group has a strong and experienced executive management team under the aegis of Professor Benedict Oramo, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, and high-caliber staff members at every level, each of us honored to serve our great continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade. The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission: to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. We are now the Afreximbank Group, comprising Afreximbank, our subsidiaries, FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, and Afrexinsure, offering specialized insurance for trade and investment in Africa, and our managed trust funds. We are headquartered in Cairo, with 6 regional offices and 1 in the Caribbean. And today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy: to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Through Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, we promote intra-African trade via initiatives, including the Intra-African Trade Fair, to drive exposure for Africa's brands, goods, and services. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, to help African states adjust to the AFCFTA trading environment. The Afreximbank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, to streamline movement of goods across African borders. And the Creative African Nexus, to support Africa's cultural industries. For Pillar 2, industrialization and export development, we have introduced multiple initiatives, including the African Medical Center of Excellence, to improve Africa's healthcare landscape, our African Quality Assurance Centers, to test and certificate Africa's products, industrial parks and export processing zones, to advance industrialization and tackle commodity dependence, and our Project Preparation Unit, to support supply of investment-ready projects on the continent. For Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa, initiatives include our Trade Finance Program, to promote African trade, and Direct Financing Program, providing financing and trade-related facilities to corporates. We also continually drive innovation and digitalization through our Africa Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem that incorporates PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to expedite cross-border payments in Africa. MANSA, a single source of primary data for due diligence checks on African entities. TRADAR, a centralized digital hub of market intelligence and regulations for African markets. And Afreximbank TradeLink, enabling buyers to borrow against supplier invoices. And for Pillar 4, financial sustainability, Afreximbank performs strongly. The bank more than doubled its total assets in half a decade, from $15.97 billion in 2019 to $37.3 billion in 2023. The Afreximbank Group has an experienced executive management team led by its president, Professor Benedict Orama, and high-caliber staff at every level, honored to serve our continent with tireless dedication. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Every dollar sent home from the diaspora by your loved ones represents their hard work and commitment to ensuring that you're all taken care of. That's why we want to ease their experience and make it more convenient. With Sasai Money Transfer, sending money from the diaspora is free, and you receive the money straight into your EcoCash USD wallet, ready for you to spend and cash out for free. That way, you can receive money, buy groceries, pay school fees, renew your insurance, pay bills, and more within a few taps on your phone. And you're guaranteed access to USD cash from any registered EcoCash outlet nationwide. Tell your family in the diaspora to send money with Sasai Money Transfer today. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Welcome to the 2025 ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference, set in the historical city of Canterbury at the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. This year's theme: Global Perspectives, Local Impact, the Evolving Role of Finance Experts. Because in today's complex world, it's not just about crunching numbers, it's about reshaping economies, driving investment, and redefining what it means to lead. We are bringing together a powerful community of thought leaders, policy shapers, trailblazing executives, and visionary entrepreneurs for 1 week of learning, collaboration, and strategic insight. Whether you are here to grow, to network, or to influence, you belong here. Our program is packed with forward-thinking discussions on the future of finance. Expect compelling conversations that include sustainability that delivers, disruption of technology in the financial arena, accountancy in the next decade, navigating the profession beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business, the mental well-being of the professional. In collaboration with Financial Markets Indaba, our investment conference will shine a spotlight on opportunity from diaspora-led businesses to Zimbabwe's fintech frontier and trade partnerships with the UK. We explore how capital can drive development and growth sustainably. But we are not just talking business, we are making room for meaningful moments. Inauguration of the ICAS president, gala dinner, B2B meetings with financiers, investors, or corporates, golf tournament and networking, entertainment, a guided tour of London's landmarks, because some of the best conversations happen outside the boardroom. This is more than a conference. This is a journey of growth, purpose, and global connection. It's where Zimbabwe meets the world and where the future of finance takes shape. Welcome to the ICAS Winter School and Investment Conference.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3.
Drive change Let's shape the future
Hello.
together.
You have to hold it really close. You put the mic on your chin.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you?
Yeah, you have to really speak very close.
Very close. Hello.
Like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, testing.
You want to sit here? You are sitting there, right?
You can sit here. I'll sit there.
Good afternoon, members.
Shall I sit? You sit. Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah, let's settle so that we can resume with our program. Yeah, I know we had a slight delay on time, but my friend was just telling me that I should have given provision for inflation adjustments. Welcome back, colleagues. Let's just go through the last two sessions, and then we have the evening. Next, we have a panel discussion. The title, Disruption of Technology in the Financial Arena. My colleague, Brenda Nyagona, will be facilitating the panel discussion, and our panelists will be introduced. Thank you so much.
Qualified finance and risk professional with experience spanning audit, fund accounting, financial reporting, and internal controls across leading global firms including PwC, KPMG, BNP Paribas, and WPP's Group M. Currently serving as UK Risks and Controls Manager at Group M, with a track record in balance sheet assurance, stakeholder management, and strengthening governance frameworks to drive financial integrity and operational resilience. Robbie is a director at Forvis Mazars in the UK, leading the innovation and digital skills function for the firm. Robbie is focused on driving adoption of new digital technologies across the firm in areas like AI, RPA, and data analytics. Within the digital skills space, Robbie is focused on reskilling, upskilling, and deep-skilling the firm for the future. Prior to Forvis Mazars, Robbie helped to build a school of technology at a private education company, was in the leadership team of a governance risk and compliance company which went through acquisition, and worked at large corporates IBM and SAP.
Robbie also used to have hair once upon a time, but don't worry.
Vineet Jain is a seasoned finance transformation leader with over 2 decades of global experience, currently based in London. A dual qualified chartered accountant, ICAEW UK and ICAI India, Vineet specializes in digital finance, emerging technologies, and mergers and acquisitions. His consulting journey spans leading firms such as Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, IBM, Deloitte, EY, and McKinsey, with project experience across the UK, US, Middle East, and Asia. He advises mid-sized to large financial institutions and corporates on how to unlock value through finance digitization, data-driven decision-making, and technology-led operating models. Vineet is also deeply engaged in thought leadership. He serves on Elected Council of ICAEW for Technology, Board Member of ICAEW Scotland, Global AI Committee of ICAI, Vice Chair of the ICAI UK Chapter. A passionate advocate for professional collaboration and innovation, Vineet regularly speaks at global forums. He has led delegation events to government department and industry leaders across AI and digital strategy. In recognition of his contributions to the profession, he received the Global Brilliance Award at the UK Parliament in 2024. Beyond the boardroom, Vineet is a marathon runner, having completed the TCS London Marathon. Advocate for women empowerment. Actively supports organ donation awareness in the UK through community volunteering.
Hello, everybody.
Very good afternoon to you, members of the Institute, and all invited guests, and all protocols observed. My name is Brenda Poshia Nyagona, and I will be your moderator for this session this afternoon. As mentioned on the screen, our topic for today is technology disruption in the financial arena. I am a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Zimbabwe, and I'm proudly a member of the ICAS UK chapter community. That being said, I want to welcome you all members who have traveled from far and wide, and I hope you will enjoy the British summer and as well the British heritage for those who are visiting the UK for the very first time. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike the technologies we're going to discuss today, I just want to put it out there, I'm not by any way powered by AI. I'm a normal human being, so I'm just here to be facilitating this session. So to kick off our conversation, I want us to take a step back to 2007, Nokia. We all know the story about Nokia. I think round about that time they had 50% market share globally, but within a few years, Nokia is nowhere to be found. I don't know if there's anyone with a Nokia phone in here. So that just shows us how disruptive technology could be. Going into our profession as accountants, as finance individuals, I think a little bit we are in the Nokia version moment because of all these technologies. I think we've all read about how the big fours have already started talking about how they want to reduce the number of graduates they hire because AI can do some of these things. AI can actually do bank reconciliation. They can review the minutes. I remember when we started articles, we would get into the meetings with senior people and we'll be doing summary of minutes. But now with ChatGPT, all these things can be done by AI. So we are at a risk as well to get into that moment. So the question is, how are we adapting to this disruptive technology? So today, we are going to deep dive into all these complexities that are brought about by technology. As much as technology is good, but there are a lot of complexities. Is it just a hype? Is it compatible with the existing systems we have? Can we trust AI to actually do the work that human beings were already doing? So there is a lot of things that we need to consider when it comes to technology. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a deeper conversation that we have today. I think business leaders in the boardrooms right now, they're talking about how much can we trust the decisions made by AI systems? Where do we draw the line between efficiency and accountability? How do we balance innovation with governance, regulation, and ethics? And perhaps most importantly, are we shaping technology or technology is shaping us? The truth is, disruption is not simple. It is messy, very messy and full of contradictions. That is exactly why I have these incredible panelists today. This panel will explore how disruptive technologies is, from blockchain to AI. We now talk about robots doing the work. We talk about chat boxes, blockchain, you name it. A whole lot of these tools are reshaping finance, where risks and opportunities lie. And this has changed the way we audit, the way we report even in our financial statements, and the way stakeholders view the value of companies. Ladies and gentlemen, to help me navigate this, I'm joined by two outstanding panelists. Robbie White, who will focus on digital dexterity and reimagining the accountant of the future. Vinit, who will talk about insights on business transformation, fraud prevention, and the governance tech balance. Their experiences are complementary. Vinit is from finance and Robbie is a tech guy. So we are really balanced and in for a treat today. But before we get into the session, I wanted to say, I'm sure you guys are coming from lunch, you're feeling a bit tired. Maybe I can go straight into some interactive session. And I also wanted to just say, as much as we are in a lecture room, this is not a lecture. It is an interactive session. I challenge you to participate, to challenge, to ask questions, and to take away something home. So I will ask the tech team to put for me a QR code that you can scan on your phones and you can start popping in some words there. So the question is, what's the first word that comes to mind when you hear technology disruption in finance? Okay, job losses, efficiency, fintech, jobless, adaptability, replacement, money, automation. Okay, keep them coming. I think people are worried about losing their jobs here. I see lots of job losses there. Redundancy, replacement, lower costs, extinction, suppression of talent. I like more work-life balance. That's interesting. I like that as well. Unnecessary complications. Technology can be good on that part as well. Unemployment right at the top, so people are afraid of losing their jobs. Okay, I see right there in our colloquial language, which says kumusha, it's like we are going back to your rural areas, so you're being sent back home. That's interesting. So thank you so much, guys, for your contribution. So I think this will stay our conversation. I'm sure you've seen what's coming in more on that. Secondly, if you can put the second question, then we can take it as well. So I think another question is, in your experience, what's the number one reason digital finance initiative stall or fail? So I think this is an option on resistance from staff, poor change management, misaligned leadership, budget constraints, outdated tech stack. So I think one of the key things coming through is poor change management and resistance from staff. It's always difficult to introduce new things when all these technology tools are coming everyone at the very first minute.
And when people are scared of being extinct at the same time.
So it all boils down. So thank you very much for those questions that you have brought up. As I said, this is going to be an interactive session. To begin with, I want to ask 3 people if you can tell us what you want to take away from this conversation. I will extend the mic. If you want to give us some of the things that you are thinking that you need to take away from this session, what's important to you when you hear AI, what would you want to take back, either for your business or on your personal level, because this is not just, technology is not just impacting the business itself, but it's also impacting us as individuals. The skills that we have, are we ready for the future? So I am asking for 3 people. Okay, I'll start with Manyara, then I'll come there.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I would want to know how ethical issues are going to be dealt with, especially when you are looking at AI and the decisions that AI can make on behalf of humans, the implications and the like. So the ethical issues, how are we going to deal with them? Thanks.
Good question, Manyara. Thank you very much. A second one there. We'll address them all at the same time.
Thank you. I guess for me, the issue is I want to take home something that will help me to remain relevant and how to be fluid with changing environments. Obviously, it's not going to be debit, credit, double entry anymore, but how do I remain relevant and help solve problems?
Thank you. One final one. Any takers? I see one in front here.
I think there's a lot of skills that are being shown, so many courses popping up, you know. How do you pick the one that is relevant for you and for your role? How do you know this is just a fad that I need to let pass, and which one should I really take up?
Thank you very much, everybody. We can kick off, deep dive into our session. So Robbie and Vinit, over to you. You can answer these first 3 questions and we can kick off into our questions.
I'm calling shotgun on the first one. I mean, so first of all, can I just say it's been fantastic to spend some time with some of you and hear some of the questions that are really coming from it. It sounds like there's lots of interesting conversations happening, and one thing I definitely want from today is to be practical. So, on the ethical question, I would like to approach that first. Is the reality is we've always been able to automate things. Automation, AI. Often people say, "Oh, but you know, AI is automating things." We had robotic process automation and even VBAs and macros and things inside of Excel that did automated tasks for us. But the big decision is really, where do you keep people involved in a decision-making process? What we've applied, so I work at Forvis Mazars in the UK. We're a fairly sizable firm here. And what we've applied in our environment is an AI approval committee, which goes through all of the new AI initiatives that are being led into the firm, and then will be anything that goes through that has to be released with a human oversight. So practically, a really practical thing is, for most people who are looking to use AI, have a process in place which, you know, A, reviews that and approves it, but also somewhere you don't want to lose the human oversight. And if you look at any of the legislation which is being passed, so in Europe, actually Europe, US, UK, you know, a lot of the areas where there's massive investment, I've seen it in parts of some of the African economies now, they're looking at human oversight being a key determinant, and that's the only way we can keep a real ethical involvement, I would say. And that's been my experience so far in ethics. I don't know if you want to add anything, Vinny.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. Nice to connect with many of you during the break time. And it was good to hear your thoughts, and starting with the AI on ethics. Ethics is one of the most critical issue with AI. And as we stand, these things will evolve over the period. As of now, the issue, what we face from AI models, what we've seen, it's a bias. I'll give an example. In 2014, Amazon was hiring people, and they accidentally were hiring more men than females, which was because the AI machine learning data, what it was built on, wasn't past CVs, profiles, which was more male dominated. The law says you need to be unbiased. So accidentally, the AI model was biased and not legally right. Amazon tried to fix it. They couldn't fix it. They have to close it down. These kind of issues will happen. Once we know the model has issue, we have to fix it, or we have to have a human oversight on that. And same way, there are many instances on model bias, on wrong data. that is where we have to take care. So what Robbie shared was, when we start, we have to start with the framework. What can go wrong and where is a zero tolerance? For example, you can't leak client data. We are accountants. For us, if I have a small firm, many of you would have, if you have given access to ChatGPT and any of your article or junior manager, he uploads client financials for his analysis, we need to be careful. So before giving access, we need to be sure what he's using or how it is used. So it's a complex problem, and this problem will further increase. One way I would say, practical solution, there's always somebody pioneer who will solve the problem, or issues crop up. Once you know this issue has crop up or these mistakes have happened, just come back and cross-check that these things are not happening. So that is one. Second, be vigilant. We should not stop entire AI implementation. That will slow down our growth. But same way, we need to have a balanced approach. And a collective people, generally, if I talk about corporates, what I've seen in large corporations in UK, they have a AI governance team where representatives come from finance, HR, legal, and they make decisions by any chance they are flouting any mistake. That's what, if I've given some examples and some relevance.
Just to add, I think really on the framework that Vinny was talking about, there are some fantastic frameworks from the what they call the hyperscalers or your large technology firms. So if you literally Google Microsoft ethical AI framework, they've publicly provided what the framework should cover and how you should test it. So practically, it's a really nice thing to take back, either for your own self, when you're considering working with your clients, you can say, this is my approach, I followed this ethical guideline, which is based on Microsoft globally, so pretty good standard. They have teams focused on this. And if you're a corporate, then they give you, the type of roles that you'll need and the type of practices that you should be, fulfilling. So just, again, practical.
Thank you both for...
Should we do the education ones, or how do you want to do it, Brenda?
Yeah, let's just quickly cover that education one, then we go straight into our conversation.
So the two education things. So the second part of my title, I might have the longest title in this room, guys. I promise you, it's starting to get to me. But the digital skills part of my title is really, I worked in academia and built a school of technology. And one of the biggest things is there's so much content. Trying to find the right stuff is hard. And also, frankly, in an accounting context, that is even harder. Because how you apply, I love I might not need to do double entry bookkeeping or whatever. Practically, you might not need to do it, but the same thing still applies. You need to understand whatever that agent or AI is doing, you need to understand that. So practically, what I would highly recommend is you think about skilling yourself. There are core resources from institutes, either, I'm not sure what ICAS does, but there are institutes more widely that are doing lots of work in the space that have technical training on how you can use things like Copilot or ChatGPT or other tools in your day-to-day job, and it's practical. It is double entry bookkeeping, how can I apply a tool and what does that look like, all the way to, okay, I want to set up the basics. How do I secure my data before I put it into this model? What does that look like? So I'd encourage you to look at accounting-specific training. And then, and I can give you, if you'd like a list afterwards, I can happily share that around of some of those that we've seen and we use inside of our firm. But the other one is, really there is, across all of the large-scale models, there is loads of publicly available content, but very little of the publicly available content is followed by, I would call them recognized people. I know that sounds terrible, but the reality is there are recognized people in our profession that will give you guidance around these things. So as an example, inside of the Institute for Chartered Accountants, England and Wales, there is a data analytics team led by a gentleman called Ian Pay. He's recognized across the UK, and he will post regularly, here are some really great insights, whatever. And the other one is, your large tech firms are producing relevant content to their tools, but again, most of what you will use on a day-to-day basis is either Copilot from Microsoft, for I think many people in this room, or ChatGPT, where again they've got an entire education platform that's available to those of you who are looking. So that, practically that's where I'd focus my time on the skills front. Sorry, Brenda.
All right. Thank you both for the insight.
I'll add here something. I'm also a chartered accountant, and I meet with my colleagues with same fear, so which is genuine and right. So your point was what you should do in coming months, maybe a quarter or two. That's an immediate thing. So there's a model which Google uses, 70-20-10. I implement that in my personal career. I don't know what's your role, maybe controller, maybe auditor. So whatever you're doing, or anybody for that, this model applies. 70% is your current role. Rest 20% of your resources, time, money, improving that. If you're working on controllership, what are the skills, automation tools coming which is impacting my role? Rest 10% is a lot of noise is going, okay, I should learn Python, or I should learn dashboards, I should learn coding. So if you put 10%, you're not risking a lot, but you're using 20% of your time in and you can talk to your peer, your seniors, your colleagues. That is one aspect. Now, on your other point, how do you find the resources? Which Robbie shared. The Reliability Institute is the first forum, because all the institutes, Zimbabwe or ICAW or ICI, and even CPS Australia, I generally go through different institute websites, what they're doing. Even the CFAs, they have good content, tested. So consume that. And then you have good people, I would say, like Ian and other people you can follow. That's the other way. And I wouldn't be fearing, I would rather go and learn it, even if there's no much waste. I don't want to waste my time. I'm okay to waste some of my money. So that's a different, I would say, the way it has helped me, a bit of it.
Thank you, Vineet. I think we've all heard about the 70-20-10 rule. I hope we can implement it in our day-to-day. So we are now deep diving into the conversation of today, and I will start asking some few questions that I have prepared for you both. My first question is, how is AI how is AI impacting the accounting industry, and what are some of the most oh my God. Anyway, back to
that was needed. Everybody had fear of job loss. You're happy?
It's not powered by AI. I prepared it. Anyway, back to it. How is AI impacting the accounting industry, and what are some of the most promising AI applications that firms should be aware of, or all the companies? Yeah.
So, so how is AI practically impacting firms today? I'm going to give you 3 examples, really, really quick ones, and then things that you can take back with you. So inside of our own firm, we use, we do private client tax, so individuals tax and individuals financial planning. So we work with some of the high net worth people across the UK. And what we've actually started to implement as part of that is AI as part of the engagement. So it works alongside a financial planner or a tax consultant. It gives them the support whilst they are having the conversation, but also makes recommendations on live information around what the tax implications would be for an individual, as well as the financial planning thing. So that's really, really practical on the financial planning on the individual side. From a tax perspective, the second thing I'll say is we do R&D, so research and development grants across the UK. It's quite a common thing across most countries. And there's actually been a piece of AI which has been introduced, very, very specific niche AI, which is focused on how you prepare a research and development submission to HMRC, which is our tax authority in the UK. And that AI will take all of the information, again, from engagements. It will pre-package it into a standardized structure for HMRC and will support in the submission. So that's fully built in. But the big thing there, the big difference between the private client one and this one, is that it is very, very focused. It's already, the model is trained specifically on research and development and what it does. And then the third thing that we've seen, so I've worked with a number of clients, as I'm sure Vinny has, and we've seen massive rollouts of general, agentic AI across the business, across businesses. So the likes of a Copilot rollout, we've rolled out, again, as an organization, we've rolled out Copilot. We've seen that happen in a number of clients of ours, and the savings on time has been significant. What's particularly interesting is when you look at the price point seems quite high. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, when we first looked at it, we were a little bit cautious. But if you look at the savings on time, which we saw through our process, it immediately justified the extra investment. So it worked out in the UK, in our context anyway, that if we could save approximately 5 minutes a day based on billable time back, we'd be able to more than recuperate our cost. So, if you can find those use cases, might be research related and others, those are key things. For you, practical thing you can do tomorrow. Whatever the approved tool is that you have, it might be Copilot, it might be ChatGPT, it might be Gemini from Google, whatever the approved tool is. Your research that you do before you go into any client meeting is easily done through the new research models built into pretty much any platform. And the second thing is you can practically now start to look at how you build out standardized processes. So forget about agentic AI and agents doing the work, just looking at standard automations where you can take an Excel, whatever it is, and do your standard reports out of that. That's all pre-built. So that would be my kind of different views of what's being impacting firms today. It's across the board. It's not unique in one area. And then practical thing that you can do is start to look at two niche areas where you could apply.
Vinit, do you have anything to add on this one?
Yeah. So the ask is how technologies are changing, how they're helping finance team.
Yeah.
When you talk about technologies, there are multiple technologies. ERPs, even Excel is a technology, and then you have agentic AI, blockchain, there are multiple technologies. Depending on the firm, I'll talk about ERP, which has been there for 20 years. Even the ERP has changed. The ERP, what we used to have when I was article in SAP, I worked 20 years, 25 years back, which has changed. Now it's more integrated. The same SAP I worked. So earlier things were manual. Now it's more integrated. You have OCR technologies integrated. You have suppliers who feed in information directly on your system. Your emails are integrated. So that's a trend which has changed. They want to integrate things, which is a good thing, which means your things are changing from periodic close to more speedy close, continuous reconciliation, real-time data. That's the change which technology has brought in, which CFOs want. Now, let me talk about other technology, blockchain. It's very powerful, very powerful. But has it been useful? I haven't, there are use cases. Many are using it. It's not that successful. it has its own issues because it's a platform. You need to have many companies onboarded. Even AP Moller Maersk was trying to get the ports, the shipping companies, everybody onboarded in platform. It has taken years. It's not successful. So depending on the technology, some technologies have not evolved. Now, other technology, what has come? In the finance function we work, it's more of collaboration. If we are collecting budgets in a season, we work with marketing team, or we are doing variance analysis. With simple SharePoint, now Excel, we used to share through emails. Now things are on SharePoint. It's much easier to collaborate. So things have evolved. The same Excel has changed. It's more integrated. Now workflow has come in play. You take anything, your approvals, your junior approves, you approve, disapprove, it flows directly. This is the way technology has evolved. All the technologies. Now we talk about AI, agentic AI. In some cases, it's getting used. It's very useful technology. I would say that many things will be successful, some will fail it. If you talk about audit, with AI, more frauds are getting detected. The more frauds get detected, or I would say we can save, a CFO or a bank or a corporation is more safer. That's the power which technology has provided, analytics. That I would say is multiple examples from multiple technology aspects. I'll pass on for...
Okay. Thank you for that. I think this conversation leads us to the next question I have here. What are the key areas within accounting where automation can lead to significant efficiencies and cost savings? Because we cannot just talk about this AI without cost saving. At the end of the day, we are looking at our bottom line, right? So what are the potential risks and challenges that comes with this AI?
I'm yet to find a CFO who says, you know what I really want? Client experience, or I really want quality. It's always going to be bottom line, right? So let's call it what it is. And what I've seen, in our use cases when we've also had to build it out, is it has to be tangible bottom line, because the hard thing is there's time saving. Lots of people say to me, oh, we're going to save loads of time doing this. It's like, great, what are we going to do with the time? I've got 4 minutes back. What do I do with 4 minutes? Does that mean I need to fire somebody in the next year? Those types of questions are difficult questions. But practically, how is this impacting accountants, and what does that look like? So practical implications in the accounting process that we've started to see. So I've shared some inside of tax, but let me speak about the financial close and some of the automations that we've started to see. So we do statutory reporting, so stats reports, standardized to IFRS standards that we have to do out. One of the most challenging things is when you need to do statutory reports, you might use, an example might be Caseware. There's many others out there, but as an example, there will be a predefined GL that you get, and you need to get it into a standardized process. We've built AI agents that automatically take out of GLs, so Xero or Sage or whatever it may be, ACPAC, and migrate that into a predefined statutory reporting standard, and then write out the actual commentary notes against that IFRS standard. So where we're starting to get to is that entire process of what used to be stats reporting is largely automated. And on top of it, what the human is then doing is making clear decisions of where, when the AI has apportioned cost or apportioned things into the stats, has it done it correctly? But then when we do the notes or the writing at the bottom, are the notes correctly flowing through? So is the information that's shared on the financial reports or the financial statements that are being published out correct? So that automation process is really key. The other thing that we're starting to see from an automation perspective, because this is, again, there is time saving and there is revenue generating. One of the most challenging things, we will generally see is if you're an outsourced function, if you provide finance support for an organization, you'll be expected to do monthly close or any standardized closes. And what we found is there's certain things inside of a financial close that you can automate through agents. So examples of that might be reconciliations. So do the reconciliation as a standard practice. You would have manually done that in the past, but you let an agent run the reconciliation and then show you what the potential challenges are. Or the other one that we've started to see is just let the agent run through a bunch of different steps for the financial close, and then you do a full review with a manager or with somebody who's got an oversight of that. So I'd say those are two practical things, and automation is, it's only going to increase because it's getting easier and easier with agents that are out there now.
Thank you, Robbie. Do you have anything to add on this one, Vinod?
So
I think the question is, what are the key areas within accounting where automation can lead to significant efficiencies and cost savings?
Yeah, so one is definitely account closing. That's a significant progress, and I've done a study when I was used to in McKinsey. The company which is faster in its closing, its share prices are generally goes higher. So that's always the reason CEOs and CFOs both push to close fast and with accuracy. That's one thing. Other key place where it's making a big impact is what we spoke some time back was finding anomalies of fraud. That it's very fast now. It can see the data, the models can give, these are possible areas. So which earlier you had to do audit or come back, now you can stop it. I worked on one of the public sector, I'm not naming that client, on the fraud part. So because of technology, we were able to save the future fraud we built in. So that is one big thing where big leakage happens. It's not just the money, it's a reputation risk also, which goes off, and there's a risk of litigations. That's, I would say, the second big area where this is making big.
Thank you for that. I guess what I am taking away from this is automation is not really bad. It can actually lead to not just job losses, but it can actually lead to fraud being detected. I think that's one of the key things, which normally as a human being, you might not be able to pick it up. So interesting to note that.
I just want to say also, I think just around the job losses and fear, because I think it's important, and if we don't address it, then I will feel bad afterwards. There's two things, guys. Fraud, the things that we're talking about here, they are already happening. So, whether we want to look at more automation or we want to look at AI more or not, the ship has sailed. It has gone. And I think what's incredible about accountants and why they have done so well is that the profession has changed significantly over time, and actually you've adapted. My encouragement is don't push this to a side and think it's going to go away, because it's not. It's just not going to go away. It's going to be a part of your industry as you go forward. And the other thing is, there will not be enough people. This is just a fact. If you look at any statistics, any of the research, there will not be enough people looking at the governance and oversight and controls and ethics around AI. And that is the future role of what accountants are. Professional skepticism is built into your profession. It is quite literally part of the exams, everything that you're already doing. Using that to apply it to how AI is used in a work context and the decisions that are made, you have all got that skill. In this room today, you already have it. You just haven't applied it in the same way. And I just want to encourage you that that's something that's not going to go away and that you will always be valuable for. So don't worry too much about extinction. I'm confident.
So we are not losing our jobs. So I think it takes us to a question that I did have here. In terms of digital skills for the future, as much as we want to say we might not lose our jobs, but we need to be prepared, because if we are not, we will definitely be out of the jobs. So what are the essential digital skills that accounting professionals need to develop to stay relevant in the ever-evolving digital space? And how can they effectively upskill or reskill? So at the end of the day, I think the skills that we had maybe 10 years ago, it's not really relevant now. So I think the question that everyone is asking, what are the skills that we need to have to be prepared for the future? So if you do have some practical ones that you can share, that will be really good.
Don't do code. I'm just going to throw it out there really early on, because I have a strong opinion. Maybe Vinny's going to fight with me. This could be fun. I back myself in a fight. I think the biggest thing I would say, practical, is prompt engineering, or just being able to do good prompt writing. So when you're typing into ChatGPT, or you're typing into Copilot, or you're typing into whatever the tool is, frankly, for all I know, there could be another tool around the corner. I mean, DeepSeek was a great, everybody's happy with what we've got. Oh, here comes a random piece of technology. Now, the ability to prompt or to ask good questions is a skill. And there are literally courses on prompt engineering, but also that just comes with practice. So go out and do it. So that would be a really practical thing. And if you look at LinkedIn research around most relevant skills for the future, I believe it's number 1 or number 2. I've forgotten which one now, because it's varied year on year. The second one, guys, shock and horror, problem solving. I promise you, and it might not, I mean, I love the African context, you know, being South African and, you know, having worked across Africa. One thing that Africans know what to do is to solve problems. I'm telling you. If you can't solve a problem, Africa's not for you. Simple. But the reality is that if you think you can just become an accountant and that guarantees you a job, and you haven't learned that skill of problem solving, fundamentally, that is going to be a key thing in the future, because the ability to identify problems, solve them, ideally make your CFO money, as we have learned, those are going to be key. And then the third one, which is quite close to me, I lead an innovation function inside of a firm. So, and I might agree on the 70-20-10. I always, you know, I think that 10% is awkward because I like to test lots of stuff and play around at midnight. That's me. But curiosity as a skill set. And it's funny because we teach, so part of my business is I teach some of the partners inside of our firm as well as clients around the context of curiosity. And what that is, if you're wondering, it's this ability to step into things you do not know and try to learn how you would solve that thing. So if you don't know how you're going to start a business in, I don't know, a completely new area to you, the ability to put yourself in that area, challenge yourself with a new set of skills, have to learn something really, really quickly and apply it with agility. That is what curiosity practically means. It's not just asking good questions. It's asking good questions and trying things against them. So those are my 3 skills that I would practically do. Prompt engineering, there are courses. Again, I can give you a bunch afterwards. The easiest one to take up immediately is there's a great course by IBM, actually around prompt engineering, which is fully free. Oh, my baby. Well, if you need a babysitter, I'm the guy, I'm telling you. Yeah. Don't be afraid, my girl. It'll be okay. But yeah, those would be my 3 areas. I think curiosity is a difficult one. The only way you do it is you put yourself in uncomfortable positions, and the only way you can do that, frankly, is try and start something new in the 10% that Vinny spoke about. And then problem solving is a daily thing. If you are not solving a problem, then your job will become redundant, as far as I'm concerned. If you are not solving a problem, if you are just doing bookkeeping for bookkeeping's sake, guys, then get uncomfortable quickly. But yeah, if you're solving problems, you're okay.
Thank you, Robbie. I think you nailed it when you said in Africa, problem solving, it's the number one. I think I always have respect for the accountants that are in Zimbabwe. Things are constantly changing. You hear them talk about IS-21, things have just changed. They need to be on top of things, but they always get it. So much respect, especially for Zimbabweans. They are on top of things.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
So I'll add to, first I agree to your point, we don't have disconnect. In fact, prompt engineering, I do some, what Robbie has said, institutions, what they follow and that they train it. As my voluntary work, on my website, I give some prompt engineering for different roles. I'm about to put for FP&A roles, I'm working on that. For FP&A at different level, you're analyst or you're manager or CFO. What are the prompts you can use and what are the results you get it? So I have one prompt engineering on my, these are free. You can straight download it. So that's must. That's a must. Now, the point was how do you upgrade and answering to fear? If I divide in three buckets, entry-level professionals or 20 years to 30 years or something, then mid-level and somebody seniors. What I have heard, some people, we are over 40 or 50, it's difficult for us to change. Or a CFO. For me, it's difficult to sustain my job because things I can't learn, I have to run my department function also. So for everybody, there's a different recipe. For a entry-level person, I will take an example, who is doing book entry. For him, learning Power BI is important. So for him, automation, RPA, or how you can use macros, which was in Excel, how you can use Copilot is important. A 10-20% improvement in his work, adopting what is there. For a manager, middle level, or senior manager, he should know Python or SQL, how to extract data. He should know how to read AI-generated reports. AI is going to generate reports. You should know how to use it. And you should not blindly take it. It does mistakes. You have to challenge and you should be able to check back, audit it. That's for the manager's middle. For the CFO, for him, the skills he needs to embrace is, he has multiple roles. He has to run a function. He has to upskill his people. Which technologies, 2 or 3 technologies, he wants his team to be trained. The framework he should make, data governance, guardrails for AI or anything, what he should make, then that is for him. He's not there to learn Python, he's not there to learn. He's to make that function. Ethics, what was rightly asked. So depending on the role you're playing, there's always a 10 to 20% which you can adopt. If an analyst is trying to learn on ethics, it's good to have it, but he won't be implementing that kind of ethics framework for the organization. So, and many of these things, if you just put like prompt engineering, what Robbie said, if you write in ChatGPT, my role is analyst, tell me 4 things I can do to improve my tech knowledge, and these are products you tell me. Give a list, take those, put a program for yourself for next 1 quarter, 2 quarters, you learn it. It's not difficult. And again on job loss, I'll give an example. It's not the AI. AI, I'll give you one example. A 5,000 pound, for AI, you have set a rule, it's material. No, 5,000 pound on sales value could be immaterial because we accountants, we talk about materiality. But a 5,000 amount loss on hedge fund transaction is material. AI won't be able to do it. You need a supervisor who has to check the data. So your role from doing that changes to check what AI is doing. Is it doing right or wrong? And that AI model has to be updated every quarter or every 2 quarters. Can you put that rules to that AI? Can you put your IFRS understanding to that AI? So pivot your career, pivot your knowledge towards giving your task. AI is your friend, frankly speaking. Delegate your work to him. Be free. That's my...
Thank you for that. I think our first session that we were covering was reimagining the accountant of the future, and we have just wrapped it up. I think the key takeaway from here is we are not losing our jobs. We still need humans to look at what AI is spitting out. I'm sure we've all seen some of the answers that come through from ChatGPT. They're not exactly correct. Sometimes I use it to write an email. When you read it, you realize, no, this doesn't have a human touch. I need to re-edit it. So definitely, we are not losing our jobs. We are still in for it. Obviously, we do need to upskill as we continue. So our next session, a second part of our discussion is the transformation pitfalls that I put on the Slido previously to talk about the reason why digital initiatives are failing. So I think most of you, the choice you made was poor change management, and I think misaligned leadership, and also budget constraints was topping up. I think those were the three key ones. So I think I'm diving into questions with regards to the actual implementation of technology. So my first question is, what should business leaders prioritize when embedding prevention technologies into financial systems without compromising customer trust or agility? I think that's for you, Robbie.
So the biggest thing to prioritize, again, in my opinion, but I know we had the conversation before, so I guess is around the data. You cannot underestimate how important the underlying data will be in everything that you're going to use as you go forward. Whatever we speak about from an AI perspective, whatever you want to do from an analytics perspective, one of the single most important things is going to be the quality of the data that you have, and how you use that data. Now, often, what I will say is often you never think, oh, I'm never going to use that. I don't need that stupid data. That's irrelevant for me. But what I have found, I've been doing this for quite a long time. I used to have hair. That gives you an example of how long it's been. What I've learned through this is the more data you have and the better structured that data is, the more easy it is for you to make decisions from over time. So it doesn't, if you don't have the data, none of this is going to be possible if it isn't well structured. So I think if there was one thing I would prioritize and focus on, that would be it. It would be underlying data and how you structure that from the very beginning. Okay. But am I right, Vinny?
We spoke about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I teed you up.
Yeah.
So I think I will go to the next question because I'm looking at my time. We need to quickly wrap up. So I think the key thing that every business leader right now is looking for is, how do I strike the right governance tech balance where innovation thrives but accountability isn't lost, because there is a balance between the two. I guess that question is for both of you, if you can unpack for us.
I'll leave the hard ones to you, Vinny.
So,
I will repeat the question just in case. Yeah. So how do business leaders strike the balance, the right balance between governance, tech balance? How do business leaders strike the right governance, tech balance, where innovation thrives but accountability isn't lost?
So the easiest thing is what Africa is famous for, problem solving. Within leadership, if I talk about CFOs, they have few roles. One is accuracy of data, second is cost reduction, which is common, or faster close, or good budgeting. I'll take two examples. If the target is good budgeting, so you have 3-4 challenges. Functionally, you have to, at the end, functionally the technology should support the pain point or something, a growth factor or a pain point of the business. I'll take an example of Novartis. Novartis used to take 10 months to do FP&A, but using AI and ML, they reduced this. It took them 1.5 years to do that. So they balanced it. They balanced the technology rollout, and they saw the benefits. And in that, they changed the model also. It's not just the technology, AI, ML. Earlier, when they used to do FP&A, they used to do bottoms-up approach, collect all the data, FP&A from all the departments, and that used to get clubbed. And the collaboration used to take time. They changed it. They changed, no, we are not going to do the estimate, it's bottoms up, we are going to do top down. First of all, that is first thing, model, they've changed it. Then they infused AI ML. They went that, okay, our business is dependent on hospitals, beds, and then they use those business drivers and put in AI ML. And then they started doing the estimates. And they implemented the right model, which was not accurate initially. They tuned it, and it took time to balance it. And then they reduced the 10 months to around 6 weeks period. This is the way they balanced the operating model redesign with technology. This is a way you have to do everything. Now, when agentic AI comes, it's already there. It's in next 1.5 years, you will see a lot of agents. What leaders have to do? They have to redesign their operating model, first of all. Many of the jobs will be done by agents. And we were talking about filling data in the timesheet. Agent will do it. Okay, can I populate? Which was Robbie's example. I stole it. So
we shared it. We shared.
Now, as of now, in HR or finance department, the CFO places, okay, I have 10 analysts or 10 managers, these are these roles, and they do, these are tasks, they do it. It will change in next 1.5 years. You will say, I have 10 people who do these jobs, I have 5 agents who are doing these jobs. They automatically reply to the queries, or they collect the data, integrate, and my analyst, he reviews the data. So his role will change, the operating model, and he will balance between AI, agentic agents, and the real humans. That's the way a leader has to evolve. And where he's balancing people, technology, and the operating model. And over the period, he is going to train his people, because training change management, most difficult thing. Everybody has a fear. People don't know. That's his role. Nobody CFO wants his people to be fired. He has to train, okay, you guys train on these things. That's the way things will evolve.
Just on the balance thing quickly, I think the one thing is also think about agile teams and small teams. The smaller the team is, the easier you can test things, the easier you're able to test, the quicker you can make a decision. So if you have a small team that tests something and they have relatively low governance risk, then you can test quickly, see if it's successful. If you can see it's successful, then you can expand. It's what we applied for when we did our Copilot rollout. We started with 5 people, we went to 15 people, we went to 50 people, and now we're going to be rolling out to 3,500 in the UK. So it's a practical example.
Thank you. I think my final question before we get questions from the audience is, what does it take to build a digitally fluent finance workforce? I think we have initially spoken about how the traditional career ladder is being disrupted, because we used to have your training as an attitude clerk, you move to be a supervisor, you become a manager, director, and it goes on like that. But with this digital transformation, we are seeing that we might not have the associates, we might not have senior associates probably. So I think the question is, how are we building a digitally fluent finance workforce from the trainee to the CFO? And you clearly highlighted also CFOs might be middle-aged. They're saying, I'm not used to this. I cannot change. I cannot start to work on these new technologies that are coming in. So where is the balance in terms of how do we upskill? How do we have a finance-ready team that will be able to adopt all these tools that we have spoken about?
So I'll take an example of I generally take real examples. That's a way, being accountant, relying on the real things. There's a company going in Gartner, I read from Gartner, Iron Mountain. So they were in the accounts receivable department. The accounts receivable, the more you receive money, faster it's better, and the lesser debt. If somebody's not paying, receive it. So there were two guys who worked on, with no technical background, they worked on creating machine learning with the past payment schedule. And this happened long time back. This is not a recent case study. This is long time back when ML was not so famous, machine learning. They created model and they identified these are the risky potential customers will not pay. And they started calling them faster or giving them some discount to get it, which reduced their bad debt. What this example teaches, this is a real Iron Mountain example. What this teaches, that there's always something we can do it, even if we are chartered accountants, but we can do it. In our roles, especially, we have to accept it. Now, how the departments are changing. Now, earlier it was, in a finance function, it was all, when I used to be in Oil India, it was all bookkeepers and these things. Now, in a modern AI function, you have bookkeepers, not bookkeepers, I would say analysts. You have data scientists also. This will fade away further. Your analyst will have data science knowledge. He should be able to read. So he'll address that 10, 20% of that component. So he'll not rely on those skills. So if you embed some technology in you, that's much easier. And that's really easy. A technology person cannot be hired. It's very difficult for a technology person to read and understand finance. What is materiality? How do you have to manage SOX compliance? No, but for us, it's much easier to accept technology. So our competition is not technology, guys. Our competition is, if I'm not upgraded, other accountant with AI and technology, he's real competition to me. Technology is not. Technology will be there. The genie is out of the bottle. It will be there. So that's, I would say, that's the way things will evolve. And it will keep, I would say. And not only this, I read these things, and some of these things are theory. Once you read, now people are saying they will poison the data. Data poisoning concept is coming. Because everything is, if you have to disrupt, then prompt engineering, disruption will be there, because people can abuse. And once we evolve, we have to address those problems also. So it's better to accept, read, and just move.
Digitally fluid finance function. I love that word, by the way. Possibly the best description of what the future looks like. I think a digitally fluid finance function, the first thing that is important is you are giving time to people to go and learn those new skills. So there is no point in saying you should go and learn this new skill if you have no time to do it. So if you are in leadership positions, or if you are yourself looking to do this and you want to be part of a digitally fluent, you have to give time to it. It's not going to just happen. So that's the first thing. I think that applies to the current AI thing, but it'll apply in the future as well. I think the second thing that's super important is you have to play. I know this is like the weirdest thing to tell people, but I feel like accountants need to hear it a lot. You actually have to try something, fail, to be successful in the future. So try something and fail. And then the last thing I'll say is digital fluency is a mindset thing. It doesn't, you have to actually, once you've tried, I hear so many people say, my favorite words, it's like I'm a super tech nerd. I mean, I'm nerdy, I accept this. But so many people say to me, Robbie, I'm not a techie. I'm like, no, but you do accounting inside of a bookkeeping solution every single day, and you know how to do all of this stuff. You are technical, you understand technology. Becoming comfortable with this concept that you don't have to be a tech nerd like Robbie to be able to use certain technologies is really important. That belief in yourself, I think, is key. So those three things from me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robbie and Vinit. I think we have come to the end of our time. But what I'll do, I'll just allow me, MC, to take just 2 questions from the audience, just in closing quickly, but we will have quick answers to wrap it up.
Oh, the super speed. Come.
Yeah.
The super speed round, guys, come on. Hit me. Who's got questions? There's one up there. Speed of light. Look at him go.
Thanks. A quick one. What are the... so I know ChatGPT is more like a vanilla option for AI. Do you have any specific ones for finance, especially for financial controls, that are to watch out for in the next 2 years or so?
Oh, awesome. I can take that. Vinny, I've taken Vinny's microphone, so he's literally... So, specific to finance, there's two different things. There is Copilot for Finance, which is incredibly good because it's built into Excel. And the joy of Copilot for Finance is that it's designed for finance. So a lot of the stuff that you do, reconciliations, month-end statements, forecast reviews, is kind of part of the standard model. So that's super, super helpful. And I think what you'll start to see is there'll be more. They've just released training now inside of ChatGPT around a finance-specific model. And in Copilot, they've literally, I say literally, it's probably been about 2 months now, but there's the what's called the analyst agent. And the analyst agent will build predefined models using Excel generally to do reporting. So I think my immediate thing is Copilot, because it's easy, it'll integrate into your current workflow and probably into Excel. And then after that, in the foreseeable future, I would say ChatGPT is the fastest moving model at the minute.
So I'll add.
You can take it.
Can I ask maybe, then maybe answer at the same time? I'm not very worried about these technical issues. I'm worried about the day-to-day living. I'll give you an example. I called my secretary to come into the boardroom, and my iPhone then says to me, I don't have a body, I can't come. That's AI. I was in my bedroom, obviously speaking to my wife in a vernacular, and then AI says to me, you are either speaking Chinese or another language you do not understand. And then we spoke about this holiday 2 months ago, and I started receiving emails telling me places to go in Europe. Now, you tell me how safe I am with AI.
I'm too safe.
Do you want to grab it? Sure. A very quick answer. So I will, anybody who is using any form of Alexa, Google Home, any of those things, check how you've set up your security protocols on them, because if you haven't checked it, it actually captures all of that, and you've signed up to that in the T's and C's. So step one. Step two, any data that you are putting out in any form, client-specific data, whatever it may be, read, please, I'm begging you. I know it's painful, but particularly on these type of tools, just make sure you're reading the terms and conditions, because so many of them are harvesting your data and are using it in certain ways, particularly if they are selling something afterwards. So the Amazons, any of those areas. So, but the biggest thing I'll say is they are going to get massive fines if they're ever caught actually keeping your data. So I personally am not too worried. I have an Alexa device in almost every room.
I can tell you how safe I am, if that you. I had 2 cyber attacks in last 1.5 years, and I lost money. So even I'm not very advanced in technologically, but at least I know something. Still, I had 2 cyber attacks. Substantial amount was lost. So it's a difficult answer.
I think simple, Hatisi safe technology. So in wrapping up, thank you very much to all of you for participating, and thanks to our speakers. I guess my key thing to take away is technology will disrupt finance. Whether we like it or not, it is going to disrupt us. or it empowers us, but it depends on how boldly and wisely we choose to adapt. So I hope you've got something to take away with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brenda, for leading such an interesting conversation. I will ask our president to come through and present our tokens of appreciation to the panelists. Thank you so much, members. Thank you. Yeah, those who are stepping out to take a comfort break, just do so quietly. Others, you can just stand up, stretch where you are so that we just get away with the last session. But you've been such a good audience. Allow me to thank our partners who have contributed to make today's program a success and this winter school a success. We have Old Mutual, Africa Exim Bank, EcoCash, FBC Holdings, Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency, ZIDA, CBZ, Remit Hope, Clear Mobitel, the Southern Africa Times, Diaspora Insurance, and last but not least, FBC Holdings Limited and ZB Financial Holdings. We want to appreciate our partners. And let's continue to engage with some of the representatives of our various partners that are here in order to hear more about their services. Thank you. So members, we will now go into the last session of today. Beyond gaming, how virtual reality is transforming business. We are going to have a presentation by Welcome. I will flight his profile on the screen and he'll come through and talk to us on this subject. Thank you.
Welcome is a specialist within Deloitte's client assets and safeguarding assurance team. He leads complex safeguarding and cash assurance audits across asset management, payments, and e-money firms, with over 14 years of experience gained in both developed and emerging markets. Welcome has a deep understanding of the financial regulatory environment and its impact on daily business operations. His work covers compliance and regulatory risk, stakeholder engagement, risk control mapping, policy reviews, control testing, and identification of key areas of systems and controls improvements to protect and safeguard client assets. In Deloitte's UK innovation team, he leads the research and development of tools, including AI-powered solutions, bridging cutting-edge technology with audit and regulatory assurance. Welcome is a chartered accountant, ICAEW, ICAZ, certified fraud examiner, registered public auditor, and holds a Master of Science in Financial Technology plus a certificate in Financial Markets and Trading. He is the former Vice Chair of the ICAZ UK chapter. He cares about demystifying finance and technology, experiments with new technology such as AI, blockchain, and stablecoins, and writes the Flash series on LinkedIn to simplify finance and tech for professionals.
Should I repeat again? Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I was supposed to present this presentation with my co-presenter. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond his control, he's not able to come. He was supposed to present 99% of the presentation. So you can imagine the temperature that I'm feeling. But I know. On a good side is, if you see me presenting more than 2 minutes, please clap hands for me, because I'm trying. Yes, so I know you've seen this before and you've heard about my profile, but I'll just add a little bit in terms of that. So I sit within Deloitte UK Innovation Hub for audit and assurance across UK. So I lead a team, an intelligent team of research and development. We spend most of our time developing tools and researching on audit and assurance tools, including AI-powered tools and prompt engineering. I spend most of my time reviewing those, designing with the team. And in addition to that, I perform regulatory audits. Some of you, if you're based in UK, you know this. They're called CAS audits, where I spend most of my time performing audits for clients that are within the investment management sector, particularly covering the traditional finance, as well as those in the platform sectors, which means the ones that are using the new and shiny technology. And then I cover also clients within the payments and e-money sector. So for majority of the people in the UK, the last few months, you've seen the regulator releasing quite a lot of policy statements and discussion papers, and we've been busy running around, reading those through and helping our clients understanding what that means. But today, I am not going to talk about that. We're going to focus more on virtual reality beyond gaming and how virtual reality is transforming businesses. I must apologize. If you are having trouble listening to me, it's because I come from Scotland. I think you can tell by the accent. I know we spend most of our time talking about technology, and this one is a big shift. So think of this presentation, today's presentation, as a continuation of the previous section, disruption of technology in the financial sector. But what I'm doing now is picking one technology and zoom it more close. This is not a technical presentation. It is an awareness. So if you ask a technical question, that question is a candidate for one-on-one session. Or, better still, my friend, or my co-presenter, will actually answer that for you, but we'll have to arrange it separately. I brought my MetaQuest. How many of you know this? A very few. So you have an opportunity to come and to talk to me nicely, so please be kind. So you can get a chance to feel what we talk about when you hear about virtual reality. So you can actually see the reality we are talking about. So you get an opportunity to come in and test. This is my personal one, so every time at home, I always spend my time in here. But we're going to understand more about this gadget separately. So I'll put it aside so that it does not distract you. A few things and a bit of some theory on there. I'll try to quickly finish up so that, I know it's afternoon, so I know you're really struggling to keep up. When it comes to virtual reality, you hear quite a number of terminology on the immersive technology, AR, VR, and on all this good stuff. So I would define what virtual reality is. So virtual reality is, you are basically talking about 100% virtual. You are in you might want to call it artificial world, which is not different to this physical world. So it's purely virtual. So if you hear someone who's talking about virtual reality, that's what they're talking about. The next one is AR, which is augmented reality. Augmented reality, basically we are referring to placing digital assets onto or into the physical world. For example, usually you use your phone and you look for a couch or TV that you want. You point it towards your house and then you're trying to blend it through. So that's augmented reality. It's different from virtual reality. And now we move on to the other one, which is called mixed reality. This is where now we are joining the physical world with the virtual world. You might have seen that a few years ago, Meta has been talking a lot about virtual reality in the other companies, but now the language is changing. It's now mixed reality. They've realized that 100% of virtual reality might not cut it, because it requires quite a lot of change in culture, change in shift. I usually call it trade culture, basically traditional culture. If you think about ChatGPT as an example, the reason why you all know about ChatGPT is because when ChatGPT was introduced, it did not change majority of our habits. It did not change the way we interact with, our devices. What they just did there is to bring that use case to your mobile phone, which you already have. So this barrier to accessing ChatGPT was totally eliminated. So everyone can access. It's text-based, means every time you use WhatsApp and other technologies to type. So if you look at the interface of ChatGPT, it's easy, you already do that. They just wowed you with technology or intelligence, which is sitting underneath the LLMs, which they call the large language models. That's all. So for virtual reality to bring that the same world, the same effect, or I'll call it the ChatGPT effect or the Uber effect, they will need to apply more or less the same concept. That's why bringing these type of headsets might actually somehow be a hindrance. I know you've got a question. Is it heavy? Well, it's not. But for some it is. So when it comes to the future, virtual reality, mixed reality, and all this good stuff, then we have to come to our mobile phones in order for us to quickly adopt and blend with our culture. The last bit is on immersion. You hear the word immersion or immersive. So basically here we're just talking about you as an individual being surrounded by 3D and everything else. So you feel like you're part of this. So when you use the MetaQuest to go into the virtual world, you'll be immersed by all these 3D and you feel like you're part of that. So that's basically the main thing you hear a lot about, or you're going to hear a lot about maybe when I'm presenting, as I continue to present. The other things you need to watch out for is the platforms, understanding the platforms. The platforms to look out for is the MetaQuest, which is Meta Horizon. This one has got, I think, about 70 to 75% of the market share. So you hear quite a lot. That's why they're pushing quite a lot of their headsets. The other one is Apple Vision Pro. You might have seen those black headset, which is different to the MetaQuest. Again, they are also playing in the same sector. I'm not sure you're familiar with Microsoft Mesh. This one is a cloud-based virtual mixed reality, where they are blending your teams to combine physical reality versus virtual reality to make sure that when you're doing your teams, it's more from a productivity point of view, office and business-based. Whereas if you think of Meta, it's more from a social and other aspects. The other one is on Sandbox and blockchain. If you are not in the crypto space, you will not understand this, but let me bring you back here and introduce you. So Sandbox and Decentraland. So Decentraland is basically a virtual reality, but this one is different. This one is a virtual world that sits on top of blockchain. You've heard about blockchain, right? If you don't want, I can explain it in simple terms. Think of blockchain as a notebook. Everyone will have got access to that notebook, right? And if there's a transaction, you write on a page, but you do not have access to erase that page. So anything that is written on that page, no one can delete. So everyone has got access to that notebook. right? And if that page is full, it is logged and it forms a block. We go to the next page. We write again transactions, and then it's logged to go to the next, and that becomes more of a blockchain. So in simple terms, that's basically blockchain. It's a notebook that everyone has got access to. So you cannot introduce new transactions because we will all reject that because the notebooks that we've got all access to does not have that transaction. That's basically blockchain. Makes it easy. Now you can go back and explain to your board what blockchain is in simple terms. So now we talk about decentralization. Now that's the physical world sitting on top of blockchain. So what it means is if you enter into the virtual world using the headset, you'll be able to buy land in there. And right now, land in the virtual world is very expensive. Some of them, they're costing 800,000, 1 million. So you buy that land, it's recorded on blockchain, and no one else can buy it. It's now yours, you can sell it. Now imagine in the future, your own house in Zimbabwe, someone owns it in the virtual world for a high price. You don't want that. So this is the time for you to start to upskill, understand what this technology is all about, and learn how you can start to move on with the technology. I've heard a question about what can I do with this AI? Majority of us with AI, we are trying to catch up, right? With this technology, you've got an opportunity to start moving along. When I was doing my master's in financial technology a few years ago, we were talking about this machine learning and building this machine learning and LLMs. They were actually still in our world of developers. Majority of the individuals were not aware of this. But what OpenAI did, they just brought a use case, which is ChatGPT. That's everyone is now interested in. So today, talking about AI, artificial intelligence, all this, you are just trying to catch up. Your opportunity is on virtual reality. It's now still being built. You see some of the characters in there. When you get in, they're more like cartoonish. But with AI, the beauty of AI is that now this is now being fast-tracked. Sandbox is basically similar again to Decentraland. So, but what Sandbox is doing, they are creating digital assets, like shoes. I think Nike already have their own digital assets, so you can actually go in there and buy a Nike shoe. I wish I could show you mine. It's quite nice. But then others were asking, so why would I buy a copy when I can duplicate that? That's when this other technology you've heard about, NFTs, have you heard about that? The non-fungible what? Tokens. What it does is, once you buy a digital asset and it's recorded on the blockchain, it then converted into NFT. So in the virtual world, that becomes unique. So we can easily see a fake and we can duplicate. And that's what makes it more expensive. But in this real world, well, they are just a copy of the other. So this world is coming. So what does that mean for you, auditors? What does that mean for you, business professionals? Well, we're getting there. The next slide, I'm going to try not to spend much time on it, but this one is really important, right? This one is basically, we are talking about technologies or things that are now fast-tracking virtual reality. Before AI, you would have heard, this virtual reality is going to be in 50 years, that's when we'll be talking about virtual reality and all that kind of stuff. Now the years has been reduced, it's been cut into half. Developers like us, of course, being a chartered accountant as well, and a developer, the number of years have been cut in terms of developing. I can develop a website in seconds now. A few years ago, it would take me some time. So AI is helping us to spend less time developing and bringing more time in thinking about ideas and bringing those ideas to life. So what that means is certain technologies are being fast-tracked. So for the purpose of this presentation, VR is moving at a faster rate. So if AI is not used, think about VR. The first, I've already been talking about the AI and automation. So avatars or individuals within the virtual reality, AI is helping to shape that at a faster space. It's now easier, you create any character you want. The last weekend, I was busy playing around with the ChatGPT, the model that creates images with my son, and I was picking up his drawings at school, and then put it on ChatGPT and say, convert that into photorealistic. It creates something amazing, big something, all this good stuff. And then from there, convert it using Google View and create a movie. It's amazing. If I play it for you, you guys will enjoy. You pay me a lot of money for it. It's quite nice, right? But in seconds, you would have created this thing. So AI is really helping us to actually change our imagination into something really amazing. And then we've got edge computing. A very few of you have heard this one, edge computing, but it's coming. Edge computing, what we're just basically saying is that data is being processed closer to where it's created. Does that make sense? Not in the cloud, no, closer to where it's created. In other words, who creates data? It is you and I. What we do on a daily basis. So edge computing is that we are now saying, instead of taking data and information from you, get it to the cloud, use all our data centers and technology, convert it and process it. We're now saying, no, process that data closer to where it is. So in your mobile phones, in your computers, or in a data center close to you, that's where data needs to be processed. What that means, it reduces the, what they call latency or speed, or buffering in simple terms. I think you've heard a lot about buffering, right? It reduces the speed of, lagging when it comes to characters within virtual reality. So edge computing is coming as well, supporting all this good stuff. And we've got content creators. If you are an influencer on Facebook, the last few months has been, a bit of a challenge. They've stopped paying bonuses to those who are creating content on Facebook. In other countries, they're still paying, but for some countries in Africa, they stopped. In the virtual reality, I've been receiving email from Meta, and they're investing quite a lot, more than 50 million in content creation. They were saying, if you're creating a virtual world, you're even eligible to earn this amount. If your virtual world has got so many people, visibility and traffic, you get a lot of this. So they're now putting this money and bonuses into that specific world. What are they doing? They're enticing people to move from other platforms to come and create worlds and assets and all these things in the virtual world. So it's coming. It's already happening. Then interoperability. This one is basically now, you remember I talked about the Apple Vision and all these other. There are all other players as well involved in this world. The challenge is these worlds don't meet. So if I go to MetaQuest, I'm limited to virtual worlds and creations and beautiful things in Meta. If I want to access Apple, I have to buy another headset, which is 3.5 or so, and access that. If I want another one, I have to do that. If I want Decentraland, I have to do that. And that interoperability is another area where other startups are trying to engineer and coming up with solutions for this. But it's coming. So all this really helps to shape the future of virtual reality. It is not far, it is close. The key infrastructure to understand, Metaverse Foundation. I've already talked about Metaverse. It's just basically the virtual world, right? Stable coins and digital assets. Well, there was quite a lot of noise about stable coins in the past, and then there was a bit of a silence, and everyone was saying it's a bubble, and now it's shooting up. 2 months ago, in May and July, FCA released a discussion paper. They're now regulating stablecoins, particularly for stablecoins issuers and custodians of stablecoins. And this regulation is coming under a new regulation called CAS 15, CAS 16 is coming next year. So we're now busy helping our clients to understand what that means. But what it means for business is blockchain is now in the mainstream and it's coming. Because once the regulators start to say this is what you're supposed to do in order to comply, companies start to enter into that space of blockchain. If you don't know what a stablecoin is, it's basically a digital pound or digital dollar backed by real assets. So if it's a dollar stablecoin, there are different types of stablecoins, but the one that the regulator is regulating is a digital stablecoin backed by physical liquid assets. So what we are saying is if you invest in a pound, digital pound, if you want it tomorrow, you should be able to get that. So your money is protected, and there are rules that make sure that's happening. And it's already there, it's happening. And these stablecoins and blockchain, they thrive in virtual world, not in our world. And then we've got the NFTs. I've talked about NFTs. You now understand what NFTs are. So these are the key infrastructure, and we come to Web3 infrastructure. Web3, I've heard a lot of people asking me questions, what is Web3? What is it? Well, let me tell you what Web3 is. It's just basically technologies that are mainly focused on giving users the ability to control their own data, like blockchain or smart contracts. If you want to know what smart contract is, raise your hand or just wave something I can explain. Right, so what smart contracts are basically, smart contracts are more like agents sitting on blockchain, right? But what they do is automation. When you create a smart contract, for example, between you and me, like it's mainly, think of it in real estate. When you submit this and do this, that's when we can transfer ownership to you. All these instructions, they are put into a contract that no one can break, can change, can manipulate. And this contract already sits onto the blockchain. So there will be no involvement between you and me. So as long as the other end or the other business has already fulfilled their decision or whatever they're supposed to do, either delivering money, those contracts automatically execute. And they're sitting on blockchain. And they'll be in the virtual world. Those are smart contracts. Again, there's an element around this data that is being generated by us outside the virtual world and data being generated within the virtual world blockchain. And how does that data mirror? So we auditors, we come there to make sure that we are providing assurance around that. But that's another use case which we can talk about separately. I'll quickly go to the next stage. Right, so here, I'm done with theory. If you want anything else, let's do one-on-one. I can't promise that you will not pay. So the next part is, I just want you to think, whether you are in the financial sector, you are in the mining, whatever industry you are in, think about virtual reality. I'm going to show a few videos that will help you even understand further, to know what this virtual reality is really all about. But imagine entering into a virtual reality and actually seeing an audit firm in there. And you can actually enter and talk to people in there. Submit your books, they can audit in there in the virtual reality. And it's coming. We are seeing mop-ups of banks in there. You go in there and actually beg money in the virtual reality. Before I show you this one, and I'm going to ask a question. You all know about AI, right? You've heard about it, right? But you know ChatGPT. But you've heard something that everyone is talking about. AI agents. Who can explain what that is? You have heard about it. I'll give you a secret. Don't try to explain. It is still sitting within developers' world. So it's hard to understand right now. You just hear, oh, you're using AI agents and this. And someone then we are using agentic AI. And you're wondering what agentic AI is and what's the difference. Well, let me quickly tell you what the difference it is. AI agent is just basically an automation or technology that takes an instruction, process it with minimum prompt or minimum involvement of human involvement, targeting a specific task. Yeah? Agentic AI is just basically the advanced stage of AI agent. Does that make sense? So what this means is it takes complex scenarios, right? We're not talking about, for example, impairments. So your agentic AI performs better on those type of scenarios than an agent. And it processes complex tasks, and then it does what it needs to do. So don't get confused when someone talks about agents and AI agents and agentic AI. Does that make sense? But what's going to make agentic AI more interesting, even for you to interact, is when agentic AI takes the form of a human, like me, right? With facial expression like me, and talk exactly like you, and where you can easily give agentic AI an instruction to go and actually audit that bank in case you're talking about. At this point in time, it's so difficult if you're not in the agent in the developer world. But how can we adopt this and do that? How can we interact with this agentic AI? And for me, I see virtual reality being the place where this agentic AI will thrive, where they can easily take form of a human. And you go in there, you can see 15 of your employees, AI employees, and you can tell them what to do. Go and do A, B, C, D, and they can run. You can see them running, going to do the work, and come back, presenting the work to you. Hello, boss, this is the spreadsheet. And you can see it within the virtual reality because there's this spatial, this space, you can see all these screens. And this is exactly where agentic AIs and agents were going to thrive. And the moment we enter that stage, that's when everyone is going to talk about agentic AIs, agents, and you start to hear roles like, hey, I'm an AI agent manager. How many do you manage? I manage 1,000 agents. Because you can see them, you can give them instructions. But the time to start to upskill is now, within your area. This video that I'm showing you, I've picked it up from Meta Horizon, right? And it's from Hypertenor, from Mixed platform. Have a look, and then we can talk.
What if you could teleport a worker to a work site? What if you could carry a work site wherever you go? And what if you could have the right expert at the right time and at the right location? Hypertunnel's mixed reality platform makes that happen in 3 simple steps. By generating and distributing the worksite's immersive digital twin, synchronizing the worksite with the digital twin, and augmenting the shared working space, enabling real-time and time-delayed collaboration between frontline workers and experts. We pack this experience into 3 solutions: Distant Presence, Mind Capture, Classroom Builder. With Distant Presence, workers at work sites can summon and collaborate with domain experts located elsewhere, whenever needed. Experts immerse in a digital replica of the work site through VR, while frontline workers view the expert's avatar through AR. And aided by computer vision, experts can add annotations and guide operations on site. With Distant Presence, increase efficiency, improve response time, reduce downtime, and increase customer satisfaction. With Mind Capture, overcome losing institutional knowledge by extracting and preserving a domain expert's knowledge in the 3D context of a worksite. Experts in a worksite or immersed in a digital twin can place annotations and record demonstrations, which can later be spatially deployed to multiple locations. With Mind Capture's knowledge transfer capabilities, reduce costs, improve effectiveness, and enable asynchronous collaboration.
Right, are you okay? I'm seeing some, a little bit, people are a bit worried, like, so this is real, the AI is really coming, but now in the form of this. These things are real. Now think of this, if your client have created a digital twin of their warehouse, sits on blockchain with every product mapped on NFT. Can you not perform stock count via virtual reality? Can we not create more wealth or more other areas where auditors can provide virtual assurance audits? Where we can rely on what has been produced by auditor A, and we go into the virtual world, we don't spend money going anywhere else because auditor A is competent enough to produce that virtual assurance report, and we can rely on what we are seeing. There's quite a lot of things in there. So the thing you need to think about right now is, long back, when big techs develop softwares, they give you a complete software with a specific task. For example, an ERP for inventory. You already know what it does. You already know what it's going to do. These days, it's a different world. That's why it's a little bit confusing. They're just creating the rails and the platform. And then they give you that. It is now up to you to come up with use case and to think what you're going to use that technology for. For example, blockchain. That's why you're being told it touches on almost every. The possibilities of blockchain are limitless. You just have to reimagine that. Same thing with virtual reality. Same thing with AI. It's all about your imagination and what you like. So, organization in different sectors. This is an opportunity. Imagine individual going into virtual reality and you are in the fashion business and they can all go in and see all their, all the clothes and they can select. And they can actually change. Google has really released their Doppel app where you can actually select and, you can change all clothes and actually select that. The technology that they are using that sits underneath that is that technology that understands the dynamics of fabrics and how fabrics turn when it's, from a different perspective. And it's there in the virtual reality and virtual world. Could this disrupt your business or can it augment the way you work? So it's all about how you view this. in a different way. I'll give you later on what I usually... That's a good one. Right. The next video, I mean, this one is where my colleague should have shined very well, because he spent most of his time from the law side of things, and he sees things, right? But I want you to see this one. Judges are already using virtual reality to recreate crime scenes, so they can actually understand what actually happens. They can actually understand what actually happens and help to bring justice with image, with all this good stuff. Yeah? There will be lots of questions, and some of these questions you're asking, I can hear them. These are your business opportunities. These are your business ideas that you can create in that space. Where you see a gap in all this, it means that's an area where you can entrepreneur. You don't have to shout it loud, whisper. Because that's your business opportunity. The moment you say it, if you say to a person like me, I'm sorry, it's an idea, it's gone. Because I can think about it, I can develop faster. Before you knew it, you see it in the market. It's already there. No, it was you. You speak before you act. Act. So I'm going to play this so you can see, right? You are auditors. I know there's lots of questions. Completeness and accuracy. Don't worry. That's your business idea. Relax. And I'm not going to give you an answer. It's not coming. Yeah. Right, this one. Now, listen to this one.
Broward judge peered through a virtual reality headset.
These people are coming into his space, right?
And he's backing up.
And he's backing
so
up.
as not to be injured like his wife.
For an immersive experience an artist designed to illustrate this defense expert's opinion.
As we back up and are being approached, and it's like a chest-to-chest encounter, no matter where you look.
That based on his review of depositions, a site visit, and sworn witness statements to police.
Now, this is where the vase was broken from the chair that had been thrown previous. When?
This is actually a photograph from one of the videos, right?
Yes, that's correct. And there's the names.
And the purpose of putting in this photograph is to show what connection to this animation.
That's correct.
Miguel Abisu, the Southwest Ranch's wedding venue owner, facing 9 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for waving a gun at guests last year.
This is when he pulls the gun out, when he's backed up against the bar.
Did so in self-defense, he testified.
Standing right in his personal space, he still has not brought out his gun.
That is correct.
Placing the judge and the defendant's shoes.
Physical size difference, the age difference, and then he's grabbed.
Viewing the incident through Albisu's point of view.
What do you think? You still think this is something that's not going to come? It's coming. I'm glad there are no lawyers here, because sorry, Felicity. Your word, we are coming there. So it's actually there. It's happening. And now with AI, because this was before AI, now with AI, they can create photorealistic of a real image. It will feel real. The good thing about virtual reality is that it's not yet regulated in many countries, right? So you've got opportunity to create. What you only need to do is probably the bare minimum of self-regulation and making sure there's a little bit some safety. Otherwise, there's no this extra cost of compliance and all this good stuff. So you can create and start something in there and do something amazing. Don't wait for the regulation. Start creating, experimenting. My colleagues have been mentioning earlier on, you need to experiment. You need to go in and try this virtual reality. How many of you have got smart glasses? Don't answer, and why not if you don't have? Try. What are smart glasses? Ooh. I mean, in simple terms, these are glasses that are smart, right? So basically, you've seen Google or Meta, they've got what they call Ray-Ban glasses that they are creating. They're basically introducing AI on those glasses. So what you're seeing, it can explain, you can say, hey AI, tell me what I'm seeing. It tells you what exactly it is. You see? Or, hey Google, what is this? And it tells you what you're seeing. Now think about that. And you send your associate, a first-year associate, to do an audit. And they're wearing these augmented reality glasses with all the agenda questions they need to ask about a walkthrough. Yeah? They will look smart in front of your clients. Yeah? And because they're seeing it, the clients can see, oh, this one is really smart. And they're asking questions. And when client says something else, and then this AI automatically says, follow up with this question. Ask how do they ensure completeness of this transaction? And then you go in there. And you... So we all look smart. You see all auditors wearing glasses and you wonder, what's happening? What's happening? It's all AI glasses. So this is coming. Experiment, take this. If you're an organization, create a small innovation. Bring this technology, put it in there, find the youngsters that are so enthusiastic about these things. Give them to experiment and give them questions and tell them about the challenges they're seeing. Tell us about how do we audit depreciation using virtual reality or AI or this. They'll come up with solutions. In my department, where I spend most of my time, I receive lots of ideas that are coming from our audit and assurance teams. And we spend time reading them. Okay, this is good. This is good. So what technology can we put in? Oh, bring in AI. Oh, generative AI. No, bring in this type of a model. Oh, no, this one's not, you are not yet there. Actually, this is something there. And we're doing all this good stuff. And we go back and give them, your problem, here's a tool, go and do it. And they go and create it. See how much they're saving time. It's beautiful. You can see the smile on people's faces. When you give them a prompt, it's amazing. You can actually see you're changing people's lives, you're changing the world. And you too can do it. Well, I'm going to stop there because it's the most efficient speech. The next one, and it's almost done, is this one is mixed reality. Now, this one, we are moving on to the medical world. I've shown you the accounting, I've shown you the legal. Now, let's see the medical world.
Select the heart rate monitor option to assess and verify the heart rate. Now, go to anatomy medical for an in-depth diagnostic to evaluate the individual's monitor patient anatomy in detail here. Select skeletal option and proceed to diagnose. The scan is complete. No issues have been identified. Choose organ option and proceed to diagnose. The scan is complete. No issues have been identified. Choose nerve option and proceed to diagnose. Scan results indicate insufficient blood flow. Initiating pericarditis. Next, select the heart.
Right. Still okay? Yes. It's every industry because it's a technology not meant for a specific task. It's a technology meant for individuals to explore. So you see all of these coming quite a lot, right, in every area. And majority of the times you are seeing organizations using this type of technology for training. For example, if teaching your trainees how to do a stock count, for gas or liquids that are very dangerous, and you recreate that, the digital twin in the world, and you train them, right? You do onboarding of clients, you do demonstration of softwares in this physical world. So there's a lot you can start to do now, or you can wait and start to catch up. This one's from Meta. It's for public speaking.
We gonna take it, gonna take it, gonna take it, gonna take it, gonna take it,
Yeah, so this one, what they're basically showing you there is just to say, in a virtual world, there's so much space. All this space, you can use it with all the screens. Did you all see the Amazons and everything in there? It's there. Some of us were buying via virtual. Always spending time in there and buying. It's there. You can watch big screens. You can do everything in there. So people are already doing it. It's already happening now. The next one, I want you to see how you can actually improve your public speaking, how you can actually prepare for an interview. Hopefully that's the next one. Yes, it's called Ovation. I'm correct. Right. That one. See this one.
Welcome to Ovation.
Whether on your computer or in virtual reality, Ovation can help you gain the skills to speak confidently in any scenario. Deliver a speech or presentation, then answer AI-generated questions from your audience.
You mentioned the product launch was a success. Do you have any early user feedback or testimonials that back up that claim?
Master the art of conversation by discussing any topic with AI participants.
What are some ideas on improving collaboration for employees working remotely?
How about a virtual office Olympics? It could be a mix of fun and silly challenges to do at home.
Improve your chances of getting that life-changing job by practicing with an AI interviewer.
Can you describe a challenging situation in a campaign you managed and how you overcame it?
You can practice with an array of training tools that provide real-time feedback. Import your own slides and media. Record and play back your speech. Present with a friend or colleague. Review your session with a complete transcript and AI-generated report. Each report rates your performance along 5 customizable factors. Critiques specific quotes from your commentary, generates actionable tips for how to improve, and analyzes your gesture and vocal input from data that are available for you to explore. Prepare yourself to speak confidently. Are you ready for your ovation?
Now I can see some smiles. I think I did well to put this one at the last one because I can see some smiles, which is really good. But I can see how much, this, you can entrepreneur in any area with this, right? You can recreate difficult client scenarios and you can train your juniors on how to handle the client before they go in front of the clients. But it's not only from auditor side. Even clients as well, you can actually recreate a challenging auditor scenario, how they can handle auditors. And they can actually see, you can create how you want this. So you can speed up onboarding, your training, and all this good stuff. Look, we can spend the whole day here talking about virtual reality. But I just wanted you to think about this. When you go back home, have this in your mindset. When you're coming up across difficult questions with your clients and within the boardrooms, challenge, why are we not using AI? Why are we not using virtual reality? What about blockchain? Because these technologies are there and they're for you to utilize. And the majority of these, they are open source. Open source basically means it's free for all. Of course, there's an element around governance and security, which is a separate case, maybe a one-on-one session on that, but you can actually enter into this world and make a difference. These are some of the use case examples. I'm not going to talk about this, right? Probably these slides might be circulated later on, but you can see some of the things that I've put in the onboarding training, investor meetings, and real estate, and all this good stuff. Hotels. You can imagine if you've got a premier room that you're selling, you can actually show your clients what it looks like, and they can feel it before they pay. Obviously, if you know how well your room is premium. It's all this good stuff. So I'm going to skip this, move on to the next one. Oh, this is the same thing I've just been talking about, but I've just put it in a fancy way so that you can see how good I am some of the stuff. Again, remote auditing we've been talking about. That you've seen that. I don't think this slide will do justice than the videos I've seen. So I'll skip to save you time. And then, of course, the future outlook. Wow. You can see all the strengths and the weaknesses, things that you're about to ask me these questions on. I mean, they're already there, right? So you don't really need to ask any questions, right? It's already there. Yeah? But the key thing is AI integration is fast-tracking this virtual reality. There is one thing that people always talk about, and I always give this as an example, right? With any technology that is coming, so before I close, with any listen carefully, with any technology before, or early on when it's introduced, there's a lot of hype, people say quite a lot. But if you think back, even AI, there are people who still think AI is nothing. There are people who still think virtual reality is nothing. But if you think back, long back, or if you've read back, when electricity was discovered, do you remember? I thought you don't answer. It's a trick question. When electricity was discovered, and Thomas Edison managed to bring a use case, a light bulb that lasts for a long time, right? During that time, there were companies that were selling light, yeah, and there were companies that were selling candles during that time. I will tell you what happened. Ask me. Companies that were selling light, they saw opportunities. They were so excited because electricity wasn't going to change anything because they are selling what? Light. So if you see these two companies to an individual, they look like same companies, right? Light, right? You're selling light, how are you going to do that through candles? Or you're selling candles to do what? To give light. So from a normal individual, that's for these companies are the same. But when electricity came in, it bring that change. Those that were selling light, they saw opportunity. Why? Because they said, oh, we no longer need to stock inventory of candles. It was just these two cables and voila, we're still providing light to our clients. No change in revenue. Actually, it's even better. You know, what about those that were selling candles? You guys know what happened during that time. Yeah, obviously in Zimbabwe, separate case. Zimbabwe is a separate case, but yes. But you know what happened. Those that were selling candles, I will tell you what they did. They started writing in newspapers and saying a lot about electricity. These two lines give you, this is a bubble. This will never happen. And actually, they'd not seen Christmas lights yet. Because it was coming. It was an early stage. They had to rechange their factory settings because they started to recognize impairment and everything else because electricity was never going to be used by those machines that they were using to produce candles. But my question to you is, with AI, with virtual reality, are you selling candles or are you selling light? Because that actually gives you what you need to do. Whether you need to start recognizing payment now and restart again and do other things, or you just need to embrace that and start telling your clients that, you know what, there's now a new thing called AI or virtual reality, and we're now providing more value than before, and ABCD and ABCD. Well, I'll close from there.
Thank you so much. Welcome. You know, you were about to close, but when you mentioned about something that helps with interviews, even those who were sleeping, I saw them getting energized. Thank you so much for the great insights on virtual reality. Yeah, indeed, it is revolutionizing a number. Thank you so much, members. I think, yeah, I think because of time, he has delved into a number of aspects. The room for questions, my apologies, we will not be able to do that, but I'll allow the President to present our token of appreciation to welcome. Thank you so much.
I had one problem with him. He had someone else who had to present to him, but he didn't bring him with virtual reality.
He was actually hearing you from here. He's okay. Are you there, my friend? Okay.
Thank you so much, members. I think that brings an end to our sessions and discussions. But before we leave, I will allow our CEO to be able to come to us and speak to us on a few issues. Thank you.
Thank you, welcome. Just housekeeping, nothing too much from myself. I think we are facing some unprecedented pressures on a few services, given the numbers which are actually overwhelming the services, particularly for breakfast and lunch. We did a bit of our reconciliations in the afternoon, and the numbers which we had planned for, looking as if they were lower than actually the numbers which turned out. And it could be indicative of people consuming services which they have not registered for and paid for. I was trying to be very British and diplomatic. I think there were actually observations that there were members who actually brought guests who had come to see them for lunch. Let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, we have paid for the services based on the number of people who have registered, and those people have paid for those services. I think it is important for us to appreciate it and give those who have actually paid the services an opportunity to enjoy their contribution. So let's not bring guests to the dining room during lunch. And if you've got a guest in your room who is not part of the package which you paid for, can you organize Uber Eats? Hello?